Sup, nerds? Sorry for the delay. I've had so many random things failing today, including but not limited to my hot water. Yeah, I am a very cold shower in. How are you nerds doing? Thanks for stopping by, guys. We got Chusk starting us off strong with a 5 bomb. Thank you again for all the gift subs, guys. You are way too generous. Trow Gundam here with the 12 months of support in that 1 year mark. SEO Food, still love your username. Good to see you. 9 months in now. Cold showers are great when you are choosing to have a cold shower. Cold showers are much less great when you aren't choosing to have a cold shower. One of the deeply involved X402 people is a good friend. Despite how often he talks about it, I really don't think about X402. There are a few things I care about less than crypto, payment protocols, microtransactions, and MCP all combined as one thing. That's just every additional layer is one more reason for me to personally not give a single fuck about it. I haven't updated the Twitch title. Normally Ben does it, but Ben is on vacation and I forgot to. You know what? I'll set title. I also don't think I'm going to do the comparison video today because I didn't finish prepping last night. I was working on so much random shit. NPM Ponage plus. Are there more Anchor Black Friday deals? Take a look after stream. I have been planning to do a big Black Friday thread tomorrow. I did ping Discord. Any thoughts about how agents can pay for stuff online? I don't think agents paying for stuff's that big of a problem. It's just like the incentive structure for all of this doesn't really align. Like, the way that these companies work isn't to make a bunch of money off of really, really small transactions. How do I put this? Wording this point's hard. The reason companies charge so little for things is because they want to get big contracts with big companies. There's no incentive for most products have a free tier and an enterprise tier, and sometimes they have a subscription tier between. The argument I heard for X402 is that there's a lot of things that cost a little bit of money, and it would be a lot better to be able to charge small amounts when the agents do the things. My counter argument is the money that you would make off of these transactions is basically nothing. The way that the business is providing these near free services work is by providing them actually for free with strict limits. And then if you want to get around those limits, you do a contract with the business. So there's no economic incentive for any product company to implement X402 as a way to pay for their services. It just doesn't align with the way that these SaaS companies work. It's, as someone said before in chat, it's a solution looking for a problem. It's a tool that came before the product space the tool's for. And those things are always red flaggy for me. Is it cool? Seemingly, but it's not useful. Alphas with the 20 bomb. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Appreciate that. I hope you got that discount. Android airdrop's going to be real interesting. I haven't had these types of problems. It would be a lot of work to repost all of it there. I'll try to think of other solutions, or at least do like a thread on Roll and share it there, but we'll figure that out. I'll do something. We'll definitely be posting the shorts eventually. Weird having Rick Rubin making money off of the vibe coding trends. No, I thank you already, Charlie. We appreciate the subs regardless. I kind of want to just dive straight in because I'm already so late and I don't want to be live too long. I didn't get everything ready for the verses yet, but I do want to talk about that stuff a bit. This I actually really want to do. Move this up. I can do this too. Maybe this. We'll aim for these 3. So NPM almost pwned, advanced tool use, and best language for AI. I know that PostHog just posted an update. Also, thank you, Tiens, for the generous gift over on YouTube. Hatred towards image and video gen, yet your video now banana seems to contradict this. I'll do a more formal video on that. I have it in the list here. I'm tired of AI generated media. The value of image gen is much more composable than either video or music gen. You're recently comics spelled, you don't know how to act anymore. I feel that so hard. Will be released in less than 2 years. My gut feel is that they're going to try and compete with Alexa type stuff because it's a much weaker ground that they can come in on and win an audience that they probably don't have as much of yet. I'm not Rocky. I love this sentiment, actually. If making music with AI results in you going to learn how to actually make music, awesome. One of the few times I've actually liked what I'm hearing about music AI stuff. This is the first thing where I'm like, okay, that's actually kind of cool. CEO pulled in a business partner who you've communicated with, and a business partner kind of rightfully so feels that they're one actually running the company. Yeah. I have not tried the new anonymous models. I read the link before clicking. Till I can make music like DJ Smokey, it'll never be good. Smokey's in the building. I love my boy Smokey. He still hasn't revealed the source for who does his announcer voice. He's real strict about that, which I love. Gotta gatekeep some things, you know? Thank you, Captain Mexico, for the 6 months of support. If you can find this post, Bitplane, I would really appreciate that. I just don't believe it. A model that can generate loops instead of teach you how to use a DAW would be really cool. Totally agree. Maybe we'll do that one today too then. Let me set my offset for 2030. Okay. All right, actually set that offset. There we go. There will definitely be a Twitter thread. Don't worry. Ooh. God damn it. This article makes a good point, but the author has their own product service in the space you don't want to feel like you're endorsing. I find that that's rare where like the article is a good and useful source and I don't want to like give something back to the creators. Like I'd rather give them some support. Like if you're aligned enough that you write a useful resource, in my opinion, you've kind of earned a plug. And if I actively dislike you as a resource, or like if I actively dislike the things you're building, I'm probably not using you as a resource in the first place. You know what? If I'm gonna do this media video, I should go install FL Studio for it. I have a license. Let me remember which account I have it on. Okay, it's definitely that one. Do I have an account? I do. Cool. Um, almost done. Sorry for the delay. I just think this will be fun for that video. Okay, all fine. Activation's a little annoying. One sec. I'm doing a fucking CAPTCHA. Fuck. This is more annoying than it should be. On. I had to use a verification code like 5 separate fucking times. Come on, let me in. Allow. It is downloading and installing my license. Make the sound at startup. Let me close my email before I make mistakes that are dumb. Cool. Sound device correct. Don't need this ad whenever I open the program. Look at that. Yeah, that email's leaked a billion times. I'm not too concerned. Cool. I want fucking ads in my FL Studio. What have they done? Is there a zoom level that I can use to handle the smaller screen? I've never wanted to zoom out in FL before. Smaller. There's a main GUI scaling option. What happens if I do that? Close it. Reopen. Okay, that's a good bit more usable. Cool. I am content. That'll be fun later. Cool. Close everything else I've opened, other tabs. We are good. Nice. So. Oh yeah. Love everything. I forgot her name, but the person who like codes the music stuff live is so cool. Um, um, Yeah, I don't I was hoping for an actual musician. It actually looks fun. Um, where is my raindrop extension? Oh, that's annoying. Whatever. Solved. Good to know. I'll look into that all later. With LTT, if we had a reason to, I absolutely would, but we don't really have a reason to. I noticed Twitch's stream quality was having weird bitrate issues when I was playing with it yesterday, so doesn't sound unlikely. Okay, this is interesting. I have so many thoughts on this. I'm scared this is going to be a long ass video. Okay, I think I'll just start with this because I'm already deep in it. Suno Warner deal is definitely relevant. Oh, I just realized I'm going to get to talk about one of my favorite niche interests. My deep, deep disdain for the entire metal scene because most of the people who run it don't actually care about music. And I think I can group the AI generated music people and the like Deftones fans under the same umbrella. Y'all are going to be so mad at me for this. Oh boy, I'm excited for this one. Yeah, I fucking hate Deftones, if you didn't know that. Evil, evil band. Not as much as I hate Metallica, but they're like so toxic. Deftones DMCA'd a 17-year-old kid on his first song to break 1 million plays because it had a preview of a different song at the end that used a guitar loop from an interlude in a Deftones song from 2003 for its intro. They took the wind right out from under a 17-year-old kid's sails. Fuck them. And you can be like, well, it's the label, not them. If they're a decent fucking group of people, they will challenge the label on it. This could be useful. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think I put that link in. Oh, no, I put the BBC link. I'll put the WNG link. Cool. Okay, cool. That'll be a useful source as well. I know way too much about copyright in the music industry. This will be fun. Does yearly game revenue in video games compare? Cool. This will be fun. Oh shit, Fami's here. I did not see this thread. Oh boy. How do I compare FL and Reaper? I don't use Reaper. I don't have thoughts on Reaper. Yeah, the piano roll in FL is literally magic. It's so fun for making your actual MIDI. You used Ableton under Wine in Wine Ozio, or you, Fami, you wish this on yourself. Any suffering you incurred due to that was your choice. This is not false, Bassin. That'd be funny. Think any subs I missed while I was doing that? Nobody. Cool. Think we're ready to get started. I think I'm just going to dive in on this. We definitely should. I've been overhauling it on my end as well. We'll link up and compare notes soon. I'm very close to having it where I want it. The Logic Pro, or like Logic Pro is phenomenal. Just use whatever you got. It doesn't matter too much. What you get used to is what you get used to. Like I learned FL Studio in high school. I went to college and did my degree with Ableton, lost all interest in making music. After 4 years of Ableton, begrudgingly reinstalled FL because my friend had an extra license because it came with his fucking like Razer laptop. And now I'm back all in on FL. 11 music. Oh boy. That actually looks like a good reference. Thank you for that. Yeah, Ableton's much more for performance than production. Favorite sketch for melodies is the Korg M1 app on the DS, of course. Okay, I think I have everything I need to do this one. Thank you for the defense, Fammy. I know that there are Ableton people who can make writing music in Ableton work. There are a lot of musicians I love dearly who do everything great within Ableton. I find that the UX of Ableton is actively fighting against basic needs for production. I can't pull up two different tracks and look at their EQs at the same time in Ableton because everything is so individual track based and it drives me fucking mad. This is one of my favorite Benny Blanco stories. He's such a legend. They added that? Wait, what? Finally? You can actually look at multiple tracks at once without having to do a bunch of weird fucking hacks? He's Vegas Pro for your for most of your teenage years for mashup, so Ableton feels like a spaceship. Lol. Love that. Okay, I think I have everything I need to do a pretty compelling video here. And my music is not currently public under names that are known. Might change in the future, but if I do music, it'll either be sets or anonymous because I don't want to use this brand, like who you guys know me as how I like go back to music. I keep those very separate. It's a different part of my life. I really should have synced up with Kev before this. I'll leak the name of the like guy who I've been most impressed with recently, Daddy Kev. He's a legendary audio engineer. I have his book downstairs. This guy is like one of the greatest like mixing engineers to ever live. Just look at his credits for the 2000s alone. Hit everything from like multiple bus driver projects to Daedalus to Half a Fly. I think every Flylo album and EP was mixed by him. Keeps getting crazier with like Shlomo, Toki, John Wayne, which is how I know him. Mr. Wazo mixes, which is crazy. To mix Stade 2 and 3 as a guy mostly known for hip hop is just insane. He's so deep. He's so fucking deep. He is currently learning how to code because he wants to make a mixing suite that uses AI in an intelligent way and doesn't fucking suck. And he has been going like God mode with his deep dives. It's nuts. Let me find here we are. Okay, he's not hiding it that well, so I don't feel bad sharing it. That's fine. Cool. This is GitHub. As his attempt to like get better at this and build tooling, he's writing a suite of XML parsers for various music data. And he's writing it in many different languages. It's in Rust, but he has bindings for TypeScript and multiple other things. He's learning how to code through this because he thinks it's important. Drop this link if you guys are curious. Dean is a better producer, worse eng. Dean makes incredible music. He doesn't mix very good. Yeah, it's impressive how good this stuff's gotten. This is for your current research too. Good shit. Cool. I think I have everything I need here. This should be fun. Marker. AI generated media kinda sucks. Let's do it. Cool. I think everything we need. That's my hair. Good enough. We'll take it. Cool. I had an intro and I already lost it. I need to be really honest with you guys. As much as I've been promoting... Better angle, come on. Get it through. Here's something you might not expect from me. I don't really like AI media generation that much. I know, crazy, the guy who sells the AI app and makes half his videos about AI doesn't like an AI thing. What? Hear me out. I know that my previous video about Gemini Pro and... Okay, I have a better flow for this now. Attempt 2. At this point, a decent number of y'all probably know me for my coverage of various AI things, especially after the Nano Banana 2 video I just put out a few days ago. Your thoughts are probably that I'm all in on all this AI stuff and I want to replace everything with AI. Not only is that not true, there's actually a handful of types of AI that I really just don't vibe with that much. In particular, media generation. But wait, didn't you really like Nano Banana Pro? Aren't you selling it in your own service? Aren't you being a super hypocritical person by saying this? I want you guys to hear me out because I have a lot of feelings about this. You don't know this about me as much, while most of my background is computer science, that's how I've made my money and done most of my career, I actually have 2 degrees. The other one that isn't the computer one is computer. I want a better read for this section. Most of y'all probably know me for code, but that's not my only degree. I'm actually really into music. I have been my whole life. I have a degree in audio engineering. It's the thing I care a lot about. I have lots of friends who are in music, almost as many as are in tech, and I spend a lot of time between these spaces. Which is why seeing the valuation for Suno, the AI music generator, deeply hurt me. $2.45 billion valuation in an industry that's lucky to clear $30 billion a year is insane. This company is worth as much as a tenth of the music industry. What? I've been getting in arguments about this on Twitter because it's a thing I care about a lot. And it's not just music gen. There are similar issues with image gen, video gen, and all of the attempts to do media stuff as a whole right now. And none of it really feels viable or valuable. There's a lot of layers to my feelings here, and they are admittedly quite complex. I have so much to say here. Yeah. I have so much to say here about how money moves in the art world and how creation happens in the first place. But sadly, talking about art's the only thing that pays less than making art, so we do need to take a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. Where do I want to start with this one? There's a bunch of layers here that I want to break down. We have different types of generation. So we have LLMs. Specifically, we have the ability to generate text with them. So essays, articles, whatever else you're imagining here. We also have the ability to generate code with them. And this part in particular is very interesting. We'll go back to that in a bit. But there's other types of media gen, the ones that we're actually here to talk about. Most of these are diffusion based, but we don't need to go into the tech behind it. That doesn't matter as much. What we do want to talk about is image gen, audio gen, and video gen. And when I say audio gen, I mean music generation primarily, but honestly, this could be split into two categories of dialogue and music. And I know it sounds kind of cringe and contradictory that I think this stuff is really cool, and I think all this stuff is really cringe, especially when I've been using image gen stuff more and starting to plug it as part of my product. But I have reasons, and I haven't done a great job articulating those. I touched on it a little bit in my previous video where I was talking about PewDiePie's AI takes. It was a good opportunity to dive in, but I just gave a surface level why I think this way. I haven't done a proper deep dive just yet. Yeah. The Oatmeal also made an awesome comic about AI art and how he feels about it. I think it's one of the most neutral and reasonable takes I've seen from an artist about AI stuff. I'll leave the link in the description if you want to go read this. I highly recommend it. I want to find, there's a part in here that's the like background useful part. Yeah. Oatmeal even has a section about how AI art can be useful, which is going to be a really useful transition for me here because this is what I want to talk about. It can be a powerful tool for dealing with the I believe it can be a powerful tool for dealing with the minutia of drawing, the parts of it that feel administrative, not creative. Every artist has their own minutia. For me, it's backgrounds. Most of my comics don't have them, which is why I often draw pale blobs floating in space. Eliminating backgrounds lets me focus on the part that matters to me, the comedy, the fun, the rat copter. I don't ever plan on using AI in my comics, but I see how it could let me focus on the creative essential aspects of cartooning. It's like the artist equivalent of using a spell checker. Now we're cooking with gas. This is a really key piece I want to dive in on, not just because all most AI is autocomplete on steroids, but because this idea of it being a tool in the toolbox is key. In all of these spaces, the creators that are relevant, be it a musician, be it a graphics artist, painter, be it a developer writing software, we all have our toolbox. The toolbox is full of all the different things we use. It could be it could be our code editor like VS Code or Cursor or Vim or something like that, and then we have tools inside of it. It could be production software like FL Studio, which I just reinstalled so I can demo this here a little bit. It could be your video editing suite, like we use Final Cut for all of our videos. It could be a lot of different things, but your toolbox is usually one major piece of software and then other things that are either inside of it or alongside it. So some developers like using the terminal inside of VS Code. Other devs have a terminal outside of VS Code and they hop between the two apps. That's what I do. So the question comes down to the relationship between these AI tools that are now being created for all of these things and the relationship with existing professional tools that we already use. I'm going to talk a little bit about how AI code happened. The first major AI dev tool was Copilot. The way Copilot worked initially was with a small, kind of dumb model that would watch what you're doing in your editor and generate autocomplete that was based on what you were just doing and where the cursor is in your file. So you could write a comment like, do a BFS, func, and as soon as you start typing the word function, it could realize what you're about to do and write the autocomplete for it. And this was awesome because Copilot existed inside of our toolbox. So if our toolbox is primarily VS Code, and there's this new AI tool that we can use called Copilot, Copilot is inside of our tools. It's inside of VS Code. It's not trying to replace it. It's not trying to rethink it. It's trying to augment it and make certain tedious tasks easier for us to do as developers. And as this became a thing, the model started to get better. Microsoft and OpenAI started getting more data from people using Copilot. And then the flywheel really started going. And the result was that the models got really good at code. And now we have more and more tools that can exist outside of our existing toolbox. I would argue something like Cursor still fits here, even if it's not even if it is replacing VS Code, it's still based in VS Code. It still has the whole VS Code ecosystem. Cursor, Windsurf, even Anti-Gravity, the new Google IDE, they're all different harnesses for the same set of tools. They're not replacing our toolbox. They are a new flavor of the toolbox that has the same tools inside of it alongside some new interesting pieces. But that's just... So now I want to imagine a different timeline. Imagine Copilot was not the first AI tool that we saw as developers. Imagine something else was. Imagine Lovable was the first AI dev tool. And imagine Lovable didn't let you see the code or link with GitHub at all. Lovable wouldn't be a tool augmenting the way that we write code. Lovable would be a replacement for the code, or Lovable would be a replacement for our toolbox. So instead of VS Code having Lovable inside of it, or Lovable being a new alternative to VS Code with the same stuff inside of it, Lovable exists. Therefore, we don't need our toolbox anymore. Now, if you're a real developer, you're just going to look at this and laugh. Especially if you remember how bad these models were initially. Like, LOL, there's no world in which I can write code without looking at the code. That's just silly. Why would anyone want to do this? Now let's go a step further. Let's say that the creators of Lovable weren't actually devs. Imagine that the people who made Lovable sat down one day as friends who were like, I don't know, into football or something. And they're like, hey guys, it'd be really cool if we could build an app for managing our football stuff. It's a shame none of us know how to code. Let's try. Oh, learning to code is hard. There would be so many coders if it was easier to learn how to code. We should fix that. And then they went and made Lovable, a rejection of all existing tools and standards and industry and successful people in the space. I think we all can predict what would happen there. We would make fun of them. Developers would laugh at this. Why are all these people who don't know shit about software showing up saying that what we do is too hard, so they're going to make it way easier when they don't understand it in the first place? We would laugh at them. That would be absurd. What if I told you this is exactly what all the media gen companies are doing? The people who worked on Nano Banana have not been using Photoshop for 15 years. The people who are working at Suno have not been producing, mixing, and mastering music their whole lives. And I promise you, the people who are doing Sora over at OpenAI don't understand their way around a video editor particularly well. That's why they want to replace our toolboxes. You don't come to the conclusion that the toolbox is too hard, we should throw it out, unless you don't understand it. And if your goal is to replace the toolbox, there's a very good chance you don't understand that toolbox at all. And that's what I've seen the most from the companies building these things. They don't understand how we build. They don't understand how we create. They don't understand the ins and outs of what we're doing and how we do it. There are differences in how these things practically apply when you're doing media gen. For example, I do thumbnails that have a lot of assets in them. Similar to what Oatmeal said, some of these things are tedious and I don't like doing them. We all have our own minutia, the things that we don't feel like doing. One that I don't feel like doing is making mocks of chats, or one of the things I don't like doing is making mocks of like chats and fake screenshots that I can use to emphasize a point in a thumbnail. Things like a fake thread between, let me find a good one here. Give me a sec to hunt. Here we are. A common use case for me is fake chat interfaces. Like I want to have OpenAI and Google having a back and forth on Slack that I can use as part of a thumbnail. This is an asset that I want as part of a greater creation. It's one of the pieces of the puzzle. Similar to how I would use an LLM inside of VS Code to generate a part of what I'm working on, I can use Gemini and Nano Banana Pro to create a piece of an asset I need for something else that I'm making. It can be really useful for that type of stuff, but it has so many catches that make it way, way less useful. Basic stuff like background removal, it won't do. If you ask Gemini Pro, or if you ask Nano Banana for an image with a transparent background, it'll hallucinate that if you ask Nano Banana for a transparent background, it'll hallucinate the like gray-white checkerboard pattern in the background, won't even have it aligned, and now you can't really get your thing out of that image. It's not built to be useful as a piece of the puzzle. It is built to do the whole puzzle. It's built to replace the toolbox. But due to the nature of how malleable images are, you can work around it. For example, if I wanted to use this part, there's no world in which I would save and use this whole screenshot as is. What I would do is zoom in and grab just this little piece I want, and then go make the rest of the thumbnail. So I can take something like this. I probably want that today here. Grab that, hop into a real professional graphics suite. I use Affinity Photo. New thumbnail. Expand this a bit. Make the background the right color. Let me grab a link from Ben, one sec. Cool. Hop into the pick thing clone that Ben and I have been working on to rethink a lot of stuff for it. He actually built a tag system that I can use. Tags, Theo face. Grab a picture of my face. And yes, the backgrounds here are removed with AI. Also, phase, make sure my email is not visible. Paste this in. Add a shadow. Adjust this because it doesn't look quite right. It's also lower res than I would want. I'd probably go upscale this in some way. This is a flow I do often for making some of my thumbnails. Like 1 in 10-ish, I would guess, uses AI for generating a part. Because the alternative is I go spend a ton of time in inspect element in Slack trying to make the exact screenshot I'm trying to make. And I used to do that. It sucks. It's so not fun. The fact that these AI generated tools can streamline this one particular annoying part for me is great. But I often still have to make a ton of changes. Like here, I hate the emoji stuff being there, so I'm going to rasterize this piece. Clone it in case I don't like the changes I make. Hop it here. Oh, great. What's that doing? Delete. Delete. Cut. Move down. Nope. And then same deal once more. Like, I cannot tell you guys how often I find myself doing exactly what you're seeing here when working on assets for videos. There. And I probably move that today bar down as well and then move the whole thing up a little. This part, I included the gray background there accidentally. Let me unrasterize that. How did you get in here, Miles? I locked you out. Shush you. Move that. Group. There we go. Actually, what I can do, I have this separate. Look at that. Now this is a usable thumbnail. I just had to make 3-ish minutes of changes to get it roughly where I want. And even then it's low enough res. I probably would go do another pass if I wanted to take this more seriously. Quick cat break. Generate this, I dare you. Good boy. You're not supposed to be in here, Miles. I don't even know how you broke in. Anyways. This is an example of how I use something that exists outside of my tools, in this case, Nano Banana, and force it to fit within my needs. It would be so much better if instead of giving me this baked image, it could somehow give me layers or a Photoshop file where I can adjust things, because code is way more malleable than media. Imagine if an AI coding tool didn't ever give you the code, it would only give you the compiled binary, and you had no way to get back the source to go make changes, unless you decompiled it, reverse engineered it, and then started making those changes manually. That's how it feels to work with these media generation tools. Thankfully, images are a relatively malleable media. Or retake on that. Thankfully, images are a relatively malleable medium where I can crop out pieces, use other tools to remove backgrounds, upscale parts, layer parts, and just deal with all of this myself. But that's not the case for music and video, at least not on the same level at all. Sorry. The cat's being extra needy right now. I was helping a friend with thumbnails last night and spent at least 20 to 30 minutes cropping, cutting, chopping, upscaling, and micro adjusting some AI generated screenshots so that it could look decent. And man, it was annoying. It was still slightly easier than if I was to make everything myself. But the point isn't that I'm generating media so that I don't have to do the work. It's that I'm using generation to smooth out the tedious parts. And this is when AI is great as a developer. This is also when AI is great as a person who works in media. I do produce a lot of content, believe it or not, a video a day, and we do multiple thumbnails for each one. We are producing a ton of stuff. Buddy, I am so sorry. I love you to death, but you are making my job impossible. I'm going to kick him out. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry, also had to lint roll. We're good now. Okay. So why is this so different from music and video? Well, those mediums just are way harder to do this type of stuff with. I can't just crop something and move it down in a video because the next frame, it'll now be wrong. And if I try to do it frame by frame and anything's off between these different frames, it is an absolute mess. There are some things within tools like DaVinci and Final Cut and now even Premiere that let you like rotoscope to remove a background from somebody. You've probably seen FaZe do this in my own intros. It's using AI, and that's cool, but that's not what people are talking about when they talk about media generation. The idea of a world where I can select myself in a video and say, change this shirt color to red, and the rest of the hour-long video is the same, but my shirt's red. None of the tools are trying to do that. They're trying to replace my editor. And this is the problem. There's almost like a scale here of how much is a tool trying to complement your toolbox versus the tool, or versus trying to replace your toolbox. Something like Copilot, specifically the original version of Copilot that was just the autocomplete, very much falls into complementing your toolbox. Something like Nano Banana fits in between the two, in my opinion, because I can use it to complement my toolbox. I can use the images it's generating to go do things in other editors. But that's not because Nano Banana was built for this case. That's because the idea of image generation and the way images work is more malleable, so I can screw with things. Code is way easier because you can just move code around, change the order of lines, change the functions that are being called, replace a whole chunk. Code is super malleable. Images are kind of malleable. Music's a bit malleable, and video is not particularly malleable. So now we need to talk about the thing that we're all here for, Suno. Where does Suno fit in this all? Suno frustrates me. Here's the post that triggered me enough to make this video. I've been friends with Jasmine for a while, so this one came as a shock to me. I grew up singing. I sang everywhere I went. I wrote songs in my diary. I told teachers that I wanted to be a singer and a songwriter when I grew up. Wanting to be a musician in 2006 required resources that a low-income family didn't have. My parents couldn't afford to get me any instruments. They couldn't pay for music lessons. They couldn't get me into studios. A dream I had became just a memory until now. I'm beyond proud and honored to get to work at a company that is enabling music creation for everyone. For the 13-year-old kid in their bedroom who dreams of being a musician, you can be one. For all of the professional artists, you can do more of what you love. I really wish Suno existed 20 years ago when I was a kid in elementary school, showing strangers songs I wrote with no way to produce them. But I'm really, really happy that it exists today, for all the other kids who might need it. We are still just getting started. Since I know a lot of you guys are developers, let's try something here. Write the following post to be about aspiring as a developer instead of a musician. I grew up obsessed with computers. I tinkered with every app I could find, sketched website ideas in my notebook, and told teachers I wanted to be a programmer when I grew up. But wanting to be a dev in 2006 required resources that a low-income family didn't have. My parents couldn't afford a decent computer. They couldn't pay for coding classes. They couldn't send me to camps or get me mentorship. A dream I had slowly turned into just a memory, until now. Do you see the problem here? Like, if you're a developer, you know that you can code on any, even like vaguely almost decent computer. Some of the most important albums ever released were produced on crappy MacBooks from years prior using the free or pirated copies of GarageBand. I need to switch my search engine in Zen or I'm going to go mad. You might have heard of this artist called Grimes. Her first album that included the track Oblivion kind of broke pop music at the time. What you might not know is that she produced this album in GarageBand on an old half-broken MacBook. Not Justice. Fuck. What's the name of the first song on Cross? Genesis. You might also have heard of Justice, known for Dance and Genesis. That album was also produced on FL Studio. You might have also heard of Justice, the bands who did Dance and Genesis and a couple other big dance songs back in 2007, funny enough. These were also produced in GarageBand. This is a particularly funny example because this album came out in 2007 and the tweet we just read was about 2006. No excuses. There are artists producing incredible, groundbreaking work on base tier iPads they bought 4 years ago. And there are so many musicians putting out everything you need and more to learn how to produce music. Jane Remover is one of my recent favorite producers, and she has these incredible breakdowns showcasing exactly how she made her albums, literally opening the project files for her album and showing you how the songs were made in the software. The knowledge access has never been better. The best artists just share how they do things, and you can go look and learn and even ask questions, and many of them will respond. And the tools have never been more accessible. And the tools themselves have never been more accessible either. The fact that you can download real production software on a phone or an iPad and make actual music is incredible. And if you boil down music to what you can perform on a stage with an instrument, we have fundamental different definitions of music. Because as cool as performance is, and like I did my 15 years on piano, I get it. It's not as cool to me as the creation of unique ideas through sound. I'm much more interested in the ideas someone can communicate through sound and the vibes they can give you than how fast they can hit notes on a stage and how many lessons and years of training they went through before they performed. That's just much less interesting to me personally. And if you think that you can't be a musician because you don't have the ability to play guitar, that's like saying you can't be a programmer because you type too slow. It's just stupid. That's all it is. These tools aren't for aspiring musicians who are blocked because it's such a hard thing to get into. These tools are for unmotivated people who don't care about music that much, but think it would be cool if they could be a musician. I see this a ton on YouTube. I can't tell you how many super awkward conversations I have had with somebody. It's like, yeah, I kind of want some side income. I feel like this engineering thing's tiring. Kind of want to try YouTube. How can I make a successful YouTube channel with as little effort as possible? The first question I ask is, how much YouTube do you watch? Like, how many hours a day are you watching? Who are some of your favorite YouTube channels? And almost always the response is, I don't watch that much YouTube. I guess Mr. Beast is cool. I've seen one of your videos before. Seems like you're making a lot of money. Absurdity. Do you know why my channel's good? Because I'm a fucking degenerate. I watch way too much YouTube, and I'm not the only one. My channel manager, Ben, I met because I watched his videos and he watched mine. My editor, FaZe, also was an avid viewer of my channel and is watching YouTube constantly whenever he's working and doing other shit. If you don't love the thing, you're not going to be good at the thing. And in a field where there is more demand for people than there are people who love the thing, that's fair. Back in the day when there were more back like 4 years ago and way beyond that, there were way more engineering roles than there were people who loved writing code, which meant it was okay to hire people who didn't love code. And it was okay to get into code even if you didn't like it that much if your goal was to make money. That only works in a space where the median talent level can be successful. Only the top 0.1% of musicians can make a living off of their music. My YouTube channel gets 2 to 3 million views a month. Actually, I'm going to hide this until there. Cool. I have a thought experiment for you. My YouTube channel gets 2 to 3 million views a month on really long content. My average video length is 40 to 50 minutes. So I should be making pretty good ad revenue on that. There are lots of musicians who are lucky if they can squeeze out 2 to 300,000 plays a month on YouTube. So knowing I get 2.5 to 3 million on a channel that has a very technical audience that can be advertised to for a lot of money, and my views are way longer and experience more ads, how much money would you guess I'm making off of ads on YouTube? You're probably thinking a pretty big number, like 2 to 3 million plays with a developer audience. That's a lot. That's got to be a ton of money. You got to be tens, if not hundreds of thousands a month, right? My channel makes 6 to 8 grand a month on ad revenue. That's almost enough to pay my editor. It's not enough for everything else that we do. It's not enough for my manager. It's not enough for my equipment. It's not enough for the tokens I spend doing AI generation for my videos. 6 grand a month is not enough to sustain what I'm doing here. And I am doing way better numbers here than most, even pretty successful musicians are doing. And those musicians can't do a sponsor spot in the middle of their song. Those musicians can't get as many ads in their videos because the videos aren't as long as my videos are. They aren't getting shit. I know a lot of artists that are way more famous than me that are making like 2-ish grand a month off of YouTube revenue and another 1 to 2 off of Spotify and other streaming platforms. There is very, very little money here. Only the absolute top people make a reasonable living in music. So if you're like, music's kind of cool, not really for me though, I'd do it if it was easier. You're not gonna survive. If you think that learning a DAW, or if you think that learning audio software or getting access to audio software is the thing preventing more musicians, you don't understand any part of this picture at all. You're so far removed from how this shit works that it's insulting. And all of these tools that people are making aren't trying to make the stuff we use easier. They're not trying to improve my experience in actual music software. They're trying to replace all of it because it's too hard. That's so dumb. That's so incredibly dumb. And when I complained about this on Twitter, the replies I got were even dumber. Love you, Jazz, but this really ain't it. Music's one of the most accessible fields to get into by far. Many of my favorite albums were produced in bedrooms on iPads. That's the difference, though. They were produced. Effort was put in by a human to create the sounds that we experienced. There is no art quite as soulless as AI music generation. This doesn't enable new artists. It enables unmotivated people who don't care about the art. I stand behind every word here. One person said that they create melodies in MIDI and they load them into Suno Studio to make them richer by prompting the AI to arrange the melody with various instruments. I don't even know how to put into words how dumb this is. If you don't know what MIDI is, it's the standard for arranging melodic data to say what note plays and when and how loud it plays. It's not saying what it should sound like, it's just saying the notes and when the notes play. I'm going to show you something funny in FL Studio, one of my favorite pieces of software ever made. Let's add in a new instrument. I don't have any of my VSTs installed because I literally just installed this before going live. I love Toxic, but let's just use Citrus. Oh, God, my keyboard skills are not where they used to be. I used to be so good at playing piano on a tool like this. I accidentally hit record. How do I get out of this? Okay, some of my keys aren't working right. I'm not used to this keyboard or how that works. The point I wanted to make here is how complex it is to generate MIDI. This is a MIDI loop. I can put notes here, hit play, and now it's playing. Well, let's say I find writing and composing melodies too hard because I am a wannabe musician, not a real musician. God, I don't know any of my hotkeys in this anymore. I've mostly produced on Windows, as cringe as that is. So, check this out. I can change the way I am composing to just put chords instead of the notes. Cool, but that's still too much work. I want something easier. Let's do that. God, this program's changed so much since I last used it. I still have the old, or like a super old version installed on my desktop. I'm realizing I should probably learn the new one soon. Is it the wrench? Oh yeah, riff machine. Look at that. I just generated a MIDI sequence. Do you know why this is so easy to generate? Because it's just fucking math. That's all music theory is. Really basic math with 12 tones that have basic relations with each other. It's not that fucking difficult. If that is the thing that you think, if you think that's the flex, that these tools are actually useful because you brought the MIDI, that's like saying Lovable's a real programming tool because you brought a screenshot of a Jira ticket. I don't fucking care. That's so far removed from the reality. Like, I've been generating melodies and sequences since I was 15 years old. And you know what? That generation I just did is in the tool I'm already using. It exists within the toolbox. It's not replacing it, which is the whole problem I have with these things. None of them are helping me within my software. If someone was to create a music generating, or if someone was to create a loop generator or a sample generator so I could make unique samples to use within my music, that would be kind of cool. If somebody was to target real musicians using professional software to try and complement their work with AI and give you useful pieces to smooth out annoying stuff, that would be great. I would be super into that. But that's not how any of these companies are doing it. They're all trying to replace our software with some bullshit. How do I want to go into this next point? I want to organize my thoughts quick before talking too much more, like the things I still want to cover. Yeah, there's the value prop part. There is static have stuff. And that covers most of it. Cool. Okay, I think I have my transition to this part. Back to Jazz's story, because there's one piece here that really breaks my heart. The idea that she really wanted to be a singer and songwriter, specifically the songwriter piece. The majority of musicians, the majority of people who spend years learning an instrument and performing it, the vast majority of them don't ever write music. They're performing music written by others. Because most people see music as your ability to perform, not your ability to create. And that's always irked me deeply, but it never has irked me anymore. One of the places it irks me the most is in how certain musicians are so elitist about it. I think it's important to allow the kids to do new, cool things in music. One of the kids I really like is an artist named Netspend. I don't know how much of any of his things will be able to play without problems. Actually, I bet this might be okay because it's been taken off of everything. Yeah, it's hilarious. It has some other sample that's in it tagged there. I know a bunch of you are looking at this and immediately saying, fuck this rap shit. What is this? I hate this. And fine, whatever. If it's not for you, it's not for you. Okay. This is a 16-year-old kid that is massively innovating the space that is hip hop right now. I think he's incredible. It took a while for him to grow on me, but now he absolutely has. His previous songs were way indier. The biggest ones were like up to 100K or so plays. But this one blew up. This one got to 1 million plays surprisingly quick. And it was a huge sound change, aesthetic change, and a growing up, glowing up moment for him for sure. You might notice that this song is not on his channel. That's because it got copyright struck. And not because of anything happening in the main song, but actually because of what happens at the end here. That little guitar loop at the end there is the intro for a different song that he was going to put out later. And the guitar loop is sampled from a Deftones song from like 2004. They thought they would be able to get the sample cleared. They had a light clear, supposedly. Everything was taking forever. So Netspend just randomly dropped the song on his personal YouTube channel. It gets DMCA'd almost immediately. And not only did they take down that song, they took down this one because it included the snippet of that other song. They took his first 1 million play track away from him because they thought his usage and repurposing of a 20-year-old guitar loop in a rap song was somehow competing with their work and costing them money and business opportunity. That's fucking delusion. That is a disdain for art and progress within mediums. Just absurd. And you can say all you want, like, oh, that's the label being shitty. And I know a lot of people are going to say that, like, labels suck. I don't fucking care. The musician can stand up and say, yo, this sucks. This happened with Oliver Tree way back, where he did interviews and said that his label was being fucky with other artists using some of his stuff and how important this was to him and how frustrating it was. Deftones has been radio silent because they look down on hip hop. They look down on these other spaces, so they're assholes about it. It is what it is. They're not as bad as Metallica, who showed up to Congress with like 500 pages printed of people's names that they guessed based on IP addresses to try and sue all the people who stole their music because they opened LimeWire once. There's something about the metal scene and how it's so pretentious about how fast they can play their guitars, where they just stop caring about artistic progress, and it sucks. It sucks so hard. None of this is about copyright law and defending your copyright or you can lose it. That's not what's happening here. This is people who don't actually care getting in the way of those who do. And it's just obnoxious. And now some random re-uploaded this video and got 3.5 million plays that should be going to Netspend, should be paying Netspend, should be advancing his career. But it's being held back by people with a weak, outdated view of how music works. And these people are all over the industry. And I can bet your ass that artists like Metallica and Deftones will be the first ones to publicly and I'll bet my ass that the first types of artists that are going to start collaborating with companies like Suno are going to be Deftones and Metallica because they see no issue with this. Insanity. Actual fucking insanity. Like just imagine being a musician who hasn't been relevant for 20 years and a kid who is 16 or 17 years old likes your stuff so much that they reference it in their work as a very small piece of their work. And your response is either to get it taken down or sit idly as it gets taken down. That's just insane to me. And this type of on one hand, this is considered theft and they can go through the DMCA process and win it. On the other hand, Suno letting you generate a song in the style of Coldplay is totally fine. Absurdity. Actually insane. And it frustrates me so much. And these are the types of people who are going to be cool with it because they're not interested in making cool music or sound. They're interested in showcasing how fast and well they can play their fucking instruments. And I just don't care. I really don't care. That's like showing off how good of a programmer you are by typing really fast. One more angle I want to talk about this with before we talk about how to fix it, and we will get to how to fix this. I just really want to talk about one more key difference between these types of media. There's two sides to creating music. There's the side of the listener who is experiencing that music and having feelings and emotions from that music. And then there's the other side, which is the vibe and feeling you get from creating it, the satisfaction you get from making a new piece of media. We can break this down to creation and consumption. When you are creating music, it gives you certain feelings, and your goal is to have the music you create give consumers of that music feelings. You could argue that writing is similar. If you write a blog post about something you care a lot about, God damn it, my cat just somehow broke down my block. That's annoying. Buddy, I'm so sorry. I have to film. Sorry about that. Yeah. You can argue that writing is similar, where there is a vibe you get when you write an article or a blog post or an essay on something you care a lot about, and then there's a feeling people will get when they consume that. You can say the same about video, you can say the same about images, some amount less so. But there's a third piece here. Value. If I write a really good blog post, if I write a really good blog post, it might make me feel satisfied as the writer. It might make you satisfied as a person consuming it and give you some interesting information and make you feel good. But it also will help my website be placed better on Google. It has a practical value when it's being read by robots that allow for my website to perform better and have an immediate business impact for me. This is even more so the case with code. When I write code, it might make me feel pretty good and smart and awesome. Reading code doesn't really do anything for anyone. Like, it's sometimes cool to look at some code and be like, wow, that's really clever. Less so than in any of these other places, but it's still kind of a thing. But the majority of the value in code isn't from people reading it and having a feeling. You don't get value from code by consuming it. You get value from code by running it. This is one of the reasons all the work that we're putting into making LLMs great actually makes some economic sense, because the majority of the output of LLMs is never looked at by a human. The majority of the reasoning traces aren't even being passed to the user, much less seen by the user. The majority of the code being generated isn't being opened. It's being run in the background, executing tasks, or just being generated and then thrown away after the person checks the website once. LLMs are the majority of content being generated by LLMs is never consumed by a human. The majority of content being generated by Suno in these music generators is consumed by one human and nothing else. There's a lot of value in the information there's a lot of value in the words and code and things being generated by a large language model outside of someone looking at it directly. There is no value in music generation outside of it being consumed. There is no value in image generation outside of it being consumed. And there is no value in video generation other than it being consumed. This is the problem. Other types of AI generation are LLMs and things built around them are inherently way more composable, powerful, and, to be frank, exciting to me because I can see ways to use those that are really cool. Media gen stuff isn't useful outside of it being listened to or watched, and it sucks. There are places where you need to do some of this work that aren't as direct, like I am locked in paying attention. For example, a background in one of my thumbnails or some asset that's part of a poster that's being put out in the real world somewhere. Those types of things might not need the same level of detail and attention because you're not trying to invoke a feeling with every detail you're putting in the same way. You're just trying to make it look good enough. But there isn't that much of that type of stuff, especially in the music world. Like, sure, it'd be cool if like you could generate the soundtrack for a movie without having to pay a musician. But the soundtrack's one of the coolest parts of movies. Why would you automate that piece? It just feels fucking insane to me. Like, and I think this is the part that gets missed the most. LMs can generate value outside of how they're perceived and consumed. None of the other types of media generation have this as the case. There is no value in a Suno song as soon as you've listened to it for the last time. And it also doesn't provide that same cool vibe of, oh my God, I created this thing I had in my head. Because a lot of the satisfaction on the creation side comes from the execution of a thing that you were imagining. If you're imagining an application that you wish existed and the way you want to write it, and then you go do it, you get the satisfaction for executing this vision. When you write a blog post that is a thought that you're just trying to get out of your head, you get the satisfaction of it being out of your head. When you AI generate a song with a text prompt, you're just hitting a random dice roll and hoping what comes out is cool. Nowhere near as satisfying. You can't imagine a song in your head and then get Suno to make it. You can write lyrics, maybe even hand it a MIDI track, and then it will generate whatever it feels like. But you're not steering it. You're not controlling it. You're telling it what you want and hope you're getting it back. It would be the equivalent of having an idea for a song, so you find a musician, pay the money, and say, hey, make a song that's like this, and hope that they do it roughly how you want. Just way more automated and way worse. Music generation is nothing like sampling. It's nothing like open source. It's nothing like the other core. Generating music is nothing like generating code because you can't mingle with the pieces. It's not useful outside of how it's consumed. It's nothing like sampling because you're not looking at a piece that you understand and respect and try to repurpose parts of it somewhere else. It's nothing like AI-generated blog posts because you're not getting the idea you have out and editing it to get it just right. It's someone who doesn't understand music telling their friend to go do it. It's like if I told you I want an app that's like Tinder for dogs, go make it for me, and hoping you can figure out all the pieces. It's just stupid. It doesn't work that way. It's silly. And I won't get satisfaction when you're done building it. I'll get a bill. So how do we fix this? How can we make media gen tools and technologies actually useful to professionals? I have 2 examples I want to show you guys. These examples come from the toolbox conversation earlier. Is the tool living outside of the box trying to replace it, or is the tool yet another tool that goes inside of your toolbox and makes you more productive as a professional? The majority of media tools I've seen in this AI era are trying to replace the tool. The majority of these AI tools I've seen are trying to replace the toolbox, and they all suck. But there have been a few that are working around it and trying to make useful tools within the toolbox instead. One of them is a company I recently invested in, Co-Create. Co-Create is trying to augment video production. They're not trying to do AI video generation. They're trying to use AI to help professional video teams get the bullshit out of the way faster. Oh, they changed their homepage. It doesn't have all the features listed anymore. That's annoying. I have a bit of a description here. Traditional video editing software demands hours of manual work, sorting clips, syncing audio, and building rough cuts. That's why most creators spend more time organizing than actually creating. Co-Create is a professional-first video editing tool that automates the technical grind, letting you focus on storytelling, creative direction, and making content that connects. It's built to automate the ingest and organization step in professional video editing software. When a team records dozens of hours of footage and they want to use it for 2 to 5 minute video, even just sorting all of the footage is obnoxious, much less getting it into the right place in the editor so you could start doing the work. And then you realize you need to sync audio from another file from another person's computer. It's obnoxious once you're working on these bigger video production teams. There's a whole role category called assistant editor, who are people that hope to be a real editor someday, and they're in the industry, is to just sit there and organize files for the lead editor. There's often 3 to 5 of these assistant editors for the one main editor doing the actual work of chopping inside of the video editing software. Automating this is something that I'm actually quite excited about. I don't know how big the market will be, but I'm hyped somebody is doing it. They're going to actual professional video studios, sitting on the floor, watching what works, watching what's frustrating, watching what's blocking them, and then trying to build what's necessary to automate those tedious parts. That's great. They're trying to fit in the toolbox. They're not trying to replace it, because replacing it's fucking stupid. And now, one more tangent to one of my favorite human beings, Daddy Kev. Kev is a legendary record producer and audio engineer. He has been mixing and mastering for decades now. Many of my favorite records were mixed by Kev. Almost every Flying Lotus release, a ton of Daedalus, Bus Driver, No Such Thing, Sam I Am, and more. And that's just 2000s. In the 2010s, he really popped off, working on Bath's album Cerulean, which was groundbreaking at the time. I still love that album. A bunch of my favorite John Wayne stuff. Both Stayed 2 and Stayed 3 by Mr. Wazo. Incredible projects. I have both of those on vinyl. Thundercat, who blew up soon after that point. Igloo Ghost, who I also love dearly. This one DJ PayPal project that's been entirely forgotten to time, even though it's fucking incredible. I love him so much. And so many more things. You can just scroll here and see stuff that you're into American hip hop or experimental electronic music at all. You've listened to multiple things in this list for sure. Like almost certainly. He knows his way around production. He knows his way around audio engineering, mixing, mastering, all of these things. Out of curiosity, he started to play with AI stuff to see how it would handle mixing by giving it a song and asking it, what would you change? And the suggestions that it made were better than he expected. There was no way for the AI to actually do the things that it was suggesting, but it would suggest decent things. And then when he looked at what all the AI media companies were doing and saw they were trying to replace the whole process, not augment the part that he was focused on, he decided he wanted to fix that. Despite the fact that this man recently turned 50, he decided he wanted to do this. He wanted to figure this out. So he started learning how to code so that he could build the thing he wants. And this is where my super spicy take comes in. Developers are too fucking stupid to learn about an industry they don't care about. Learning how to code is way easier than building an appreciation of the depth of the music industry. I have way more faith that Daddy Kev here can teach himself enough about code to make something incredible than I have that a bunch of tech bros can make actually useful tools for professional media creators. It's just laughable for me to think of like a tech bro understanding musicians better than Kev does. That's not a real world we live in. Let me grab the link quick. And that's why I think his current project, DDEX Suite, is so cool. It's an XML builder and parser for music DDEX files. It's a common format for music production software. He wants to parse that data and use it for all sorts of different things. So he wrote a Rust core that works with Rust, of course, but also TypeScript, JS, and Python so that people can use this to screw with those files. And it's super, super cool. This is also kind of his learning project. He's doing this to better deepen his knowledge of software development and figure out where he can sneak in to build the things he wishes existed. This is so damn cool. And the moment he tells me he wants to go all in on it and raise money, I'm going to write him quite the check, because an expert in a field learning to code will perform significantly better than an expert at code learning a field. Always. And this is how we win. We need to stop being distracted by these tech bros pretending they can automate the field, because they can't. They don't understand it. That's not how this works. They can't just show up not understanding music and replace it. We need to use AI, or we need to use this stuff to make better tools and to build things within our existing toolboxes that make us more productive as creators. Things like better captioning systems in our video editors, things like background removals things like background removal in our image editors, things like shirt swapping, face swapping, and all those fun things in Photoshop, things like sample creators and loop creators, things like sample creators, loop creators, EQ tooling, and all this stuff in our music software. There's so much cool stuff that can happen within our tools if they are built to take advantage of the AI revolution happening right now. But instead, we're being told that we'll all be replaced because everyone will be a musician in no time. Yeah. Hopefully this helps you better understand where I sit in this space. I think replacing our toolboxes with AI is cringe as fuck. I think people becoming creators because of AI instead of doing it because they actually care about the thing is cringe as fuck. If someone gets into music or gaming, or if someone gets into creating music or games or videos or something because AI made it slightly easier, then they got frustrated when and learned the real thing, that's kind of cool. That's the only upside I can think of, is somebody trying to make their first ever song with Suno, realizing how cringe it is, and then going to learn to produce. That's cool, I guess. But like, on this spectrum where on one side we have code and on the other side we have video gen, pretty much everything past image gen stops being useful, in my opinion, because it's so much harder to do anything with. I do want to at least look at Suno Studio. Credit where it's due. I know Suno's trying to make a more studio-like product where instead of it just generating the whole song, it will generate stems and let you work with them and organize them in a really crappy web app. Cool. Better than what they were doing before. And if I can use this to just generate a stem or like create 15 unique samples and pick one of the ones I like to go use in my real editor, maybe cool. Maybe. But man, this just ain't it. I wish I felt differently. I do genuinely wish I saw more going on in the space that gave me hope that they're not just going to try and replace our toolboxes and the humans that make these things. But that's not what they're doing. They're not trying to make our jobs easier. They're claiming that our whole fields are stupid and they can automate it. And that's dumb. I got nothing else on this one. Am I crazy or is this... yeah. Let me know in the comments if I'm insane and just a hater or if I'm kind of making good points here. Curious how y'all feel, and I'm sure that I'm not going to get flamed a ton for this. And until next time, peace, nerds. No, my point isn't that since music's consumed by humans, that humans should make it. My point is that since music is exclusively consumed by humans, there is much less value in producing it if it's not going to be listened to. With LLMs, there's a lot of value in producing text because it can be used for things that don't involve a human consuming it. Yo, Josie, good to see you. Just a click sound. I have a feeling I'm going to hate this video. The problem with these musicians isn't that they don't sing. The problem with these musicians is they don't write, which is much more offensive to me. Like, significantly more so. I want you guys to see something funny. This is Lemonade by Beyonce. Very well-regarded album. Look at how many men are involved for writing any given Beyonce song. Dozens per song. Literally dozens. Hold Up has 12 or more composers on it. People who just wrote the song for Beyonce. All of which, by the way, are men other than allegedly Beyonce. This is much worse than whatever tool they're using to make their voice sound better. The only reason you would care so much about auto-tune is because you think music is the sounds you make, not the sounds you create. And I really just don't like that way of thinking about music. I come from the musique concrète side of things where it's the feelings you get from the sounds is what matter, not how capable you are at producing the sound using your body parts. Oh, I forgot about the Suno team up thing, and I also want to respond to the this part here. So 2 more parts, phase. I'm sorry. This one goes whenever I was in this section here. I saw some people getting confused about my point here about the consumption thing. Is my argument that music gets consumed by humans, so it should be made by humans? No, that's not my point at all. My point is actually the opposite. Code can also be consumed by humans, but I don't care because the value in code isn't the human consuming it. The value in code is the code running and providing a service. The value in music is exclusively the listening to it. That's the only part that matters. There's no other value in music, which means if you have 2 AI models, one can generate text and code, and one can generate music. The one that can generate text and code can make things for humans, like blog posts, articles, essays, whatever else, and it can make code which no one will read and still be useful. Continuing to iterate on LLMs is valuable because the things that the LLMs generate are useful even if a human never touches it. There is 0 value at all whatsoever in anything generated by a music model, an image model, or a video model outside of how it is consumed. The only value of generating a song is to listen to it. The majority of text that is generated is never consumed by a human. The majority of music that is generated is exclusively consumed by one human. That's the difference here. There is no value in this outside of the consumption side, which makes it so much more soulless. I hate AI writing as much as the next guy, but it's not why I hate shitty AI blog posts as much as the next guy, believe me. But there's a lot of value in AI generating text outside of the text that humans are reading. There is no value at all in this stuff. Why don't you drop in here, Fami, for knowledge? I'm very curious. Sistine Chapel was commissioned by the Pope. The execution is what made it good and expanded upon what the Pope could ever possibly imagine. We credit Michelangelo for a reason. Yes. Like this analogy a lot. The Pope is not the one who created the chapel. He commissioned it. Michelangelo was the one who architected, designed it, and deserves the memory of being the one who created it. And when you use Suno, it's effectively the creators of Suno who made the song, not you. But it's not even that. Like, they're not the ones who created the sounds coming out. They trained on a bunch of media from other artists they don't necessarily have the rights to. At least they didn't. Because Warner, my favorite, just formed a partnership with Suno. Yes, really. This deal brings together Suno's best-in-class AI capabilities with WMG's artist development, leadership, and expertise at the intersection of music and technology. The deal also settles previous litigation between the companies. Something important to know is that Warner and other music labels will always hunt for ways to take giant amounts of money from big companies like Suno, like Facebook, which we'll talk about in just a sec, and also to take money from their own artists. I promise you, there is effectively $0 going from Suno to the artists on Warner. This is an agreement between Warner the business, Warner the legal team, and Suno the startup that's worth too much money. I have way too much inside info on how all of this works. It's something someone just touched on it in chat. Twitch is another example of the DJ thing. You have no idea. I wrote the spec for the original Twitch music product. I was so deep on the ground floor there. I know way too much about how all this works. And there was one deal that fucked up everything for everyone. Back in 2018, Facebook and Warner Music Inc. recorded and published music deal for videos and messages. This was in the mid to late 2010s. All the music labels realized that they can't get rid of YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and all these services. So instead of trying to do that, they could maybe charge them. So they went to all of them and tried to ink out deals so that they could be paid whenever one of their songs is played on YouTube or is included. But in reality, what it did is made it so that But in reality, what it did is if you accidentally play 15 seconds of a song inside of a 3-hour video, all the revenue now goes to Warner. Great. Awesome. If that was all that it did wrong, that would be fine. But this is the deal where everything fell apart. Facebook wanted to go harder on video on Facebook.com. They wanted to compete with Vine and YouTube more actively. They were also trying to compete with Twitch, if you remember the Facebook gaming days. Good times. They were already starting to get sued by Warner for random 30-second clips that had a song playing in the background. Facebook had a lot of money. They didn't want any of this to get in their way. So they did a thing that inadvertently fucked up the entire music industry and its relationship with technology. They paid Warner around $1 billion for a blanket use our stuff wherever you feel like license, so that Warner wouldn't sue them and they could just use the stuff without having to pay based on viewership. With YouTube, every view that can be accredited to a Warner Music license results in money going to Warner. On Facebook, none of it mattered, which is actually quite helpful because at the time, Facebook was artificially inflating view counts, so it would have fucked them if they were to pay per view. They inked this flat rate because they didn't want to deal with this all. And then they proceeded to do literally nothing with it. The assumption was that this would allow for all new types of music creation and music creators to be successful on Facebook. Maybe people will live stream DJ sets. Maybe they'll do dance videos. Maybe they'll do all these different things. And it never happened. But since Facebook paid billions of dollars for this license and then never used it, it set a standard that Warner's been trying to maintain since, which is that the sheer concept of accessing their IP is worth billions of dollars. So that's what they should charge. And when the numbers were coming to Twitch about how much money a similar deal would cost, Twitch was already in the negative. They would have put Twitch much, much deeper in the negative, hilariously so. And Twitch's workaround was beautiful. The solution we came up with was that radio licensing was very different from on-demand licensing. If you can go click a video and hear a song, that's arguably a market replacement for going and paying for the song and access to it. But if you're listening to the radio and I play a song you like and you want to go listen again, you can't make me play it again on the radio. You have to go find and pay for the song. So generally speaking, live music broadcast has more lenient rules around copyright. On top of that, live music broadcast is way harder to police because you'd have to have listeners and feelers out on every single live stream ever in hopes that you can find one that's violating your copyright to a couple dozen people. The amount of cost for the inbound, or the amount of cost for ingest and identifying those violations relative to the amount of money you can make from it is just so far off reality that none of the companies would do it. What they would do instead is wait till the stream was done and then check the VOD looking for signatures played back at 500x speeds, which is significantly cheaper. So Twitch's solution was great. We introduced 2 audio tracks. One that is the general stream audio and a separate track that includes music and other copyrighted media. And then when the stream is done, we don't save the second audio track. We only save the first one. So you might have noticed creators like Primogen stream with music playing, and then when you go watch the VOD, the music's gone. That's because he streams the music to that second track, which makes it effectively impossible for you to be DMCA'd for playing music live on Twitch if you're using the 2 channels properly. This was a technical workaround of a legal consideration to deal with the bullshit that is all of this music licensing stuff. If I had to sit here and tell you who is more evil, Suno or Warner, I would genuinely struggle. All of these people are evil. All of them suck. None of them care about music or media, and neither of them are going to ever meaningfully pay artists what they deserve. Suno is the new Warner, and rather than let Suno beat Warner, they are partnering up. This makes me sick. With all of this said, I have a little bit of hope. Let's talk about how this can all be saved. Now you have a good enough transition phase. I trust you to figure that out. I already filmed that part. I did not like Zelajay when I first tried it. Yeah. There is value in reading code. It's just not as high as running code, but there is value in both. In media gen, there's only value in consumption. There's literally no value in anything else. Universal did the deal first. Yeah, of course they did. Let's do the NPM thing. This will be fun. Yeah, links that matter here, right? Cool. Well, comparison will probably not happen today. I want to write more code first. I have plans. I didn't get enough done last night for it. I have to put my lid on my tea before it gets too cold. Cool. Oh boy, NPM had another... Oh boy, a bunch of NPM packages got exploited. Again. For like the 5th time this year. If you've watched my previous coverage of these NPM exploits, you might remember a particular thing that I called out. FaZe, if you can find one of those old videos and cut the point where I said that like they accidentally put this in backend code when it was a front end thing and therefore it didn't work. Or the opposite, I don't remember which it was. Yeah. Turns out, or I don't want to do this cut. It was effectively luck that these exploits didn't cause massive problems before. And our luck appears to have run out because the most recent supply chain attack has done potential actual damage this time. We're no longer theory crafting. We're no longer seeing hypothetical attacks that could cause damage. It's happened. We're here now. And we were almost affected ourselves with T3 chat because one of our dependencies, PostHog, got hit. We've identified a number of our library versions published earlier today contain malicious code. We are currently deprecating those versions from our package managers and will republish clean versions of the libraries. The impacted versions we've identified so far. There's a lot of layers to this, from how maintenance of large dependency trains and trees work to how bad NPM is about letting you unpublish a version of a package, to the utter fucking chaos that is dealing with this all in a system as big, diverse, and risky as NPM is. On one hand, we're lucky we haven't seen much more stuff like this. On the other, it is time for some serious change in order to make sure the applications we build and the ecosystem we build with manage to stay safe, especially in a world where we're going to be reading less and less of the code that we ship. I have so many thoughts here, and I can't wait to break down everything here. I got so many thoughts on all of this, and I can't wait to break all of it down. Actually, better transition. It's increasingly apparent that I could make a lot of money if I chose to ship some sketchy packages and steal access to credentials that I shouldn't, but I'll never do that Instead, I'll take some money from today's sponsor. Shai-Hulud strikes again. Another wave of the Shai-Hulud campaign has hit NPM with more than 500 packages and 700 plus versions affected. I had to look at that. Multiple NPM packages from Zapier, Async API, Postman, Posthog, and ENS domains have been compromised via account takeovers and developer compromise. The malicious actor has made the following changes in these packages. They added a pre-install script, setup_bun.js in the package.json file. Yeah, it's a bun setup. Clever to sneak in this new thing people are excited about as a way to actually exploit stuff. It's a stealthy loader that silently installs or locates the bun runtime and then executes a 10 megabyte obfuscated and bundled malicious script, bunenvironment.js, with all of the output suppressed. So how did this happen? It was a two-stage loader. NPM would run a pre-install script where it would execute the setup bun.js. Pre-install scripts are so sketchy, and thankfully more and more runtimes just refuse to acknowledge them, especially, or retake on that. Pre-install scripts are super sketchy, and thankfully more and more package managers are just refusing to run them without authorization. The point of a pre-install script is when you run the install, it can do things. Post installs are also a little sketchy, but not quite as bad. The idea is that when you install this package, it can run some code before or after that does something. A good example of this is with Prisma. When you npm install Prisma and it sees a Prisma package or directory in your project, it can then run a code gen step that will update the Prisma module in your actual code base to have the types for your Prisma schema. That's great when you want your ORM to know what data is in your database. But the fact they do that via a scary script that has to generate that code right after you do the install, that part's a little weird. And this can be exploited heavily by malicious actors. So this pre-install script we're talking about here would detect the OS architecture, download or locate the bun runtime for that specific platform. It would cache the bun binary in a cache directory, spawn a detached bun process running this bun environment file, and then it would suppress all of the standard out errors and immediately return. Package installation completes normally while the payload runs in the background. Great. C2 discovery via GitHub search. Before executing the main payload, the malware attempts self-healing by searching public GitHub repos for the beacon phrase. SHA1 Hulud, the second coming. SHA1, clever. If found, then it would read a stored file containing a GitHub access token, decode it through 3 layers of base64, and then use that recovered token as the primary credentials for exfiltration. The 3 times base64 thing is clever because it means that you're not like shipping a signature or a key that is detectable, but you're also not going to notice this because if you try to do a base64 decode on something and the result is more nonsense, you're not going to assume that it is meant to be something else. But base64ing 3 times, that's a weird, clever way to not ship a key that's identifiable. It would then fingerprint the environment that it's on, detect CI and CD environments by checking for GitHub actions in the runner OS, build kite, code build, and all these other flags and variables that might exist if you're in a CI environment. And if you're in GitHub actions, it would try to gain root access through pseudo manipulation. If it has pseudo access, it'll use it. And if it doesn't, it'll try to exploit Docker privileges in order to write a new sudoers update that allows it to have pseudo access. And apparently this works for malware to have passwordless root access on GitHub actions. Great. Once it's privileged, it would do some DNS and firewall manipulation. It would stop systemd resolved. This will prevent the action from dying, is my understanding. It would replace the DNS configuration, restart the resolver, and then flush the IP tables. And now it has a man in the middle in your CI. So any network, anything you're doing there now is going to be run through this DNS layer that they hijacked to see all the traffic. And they can redirect package installs to malicious mirrors. They can block security scanners from reaching the internet. They can even prevent security updates. Terrifying. So here's some of the stuff that they do once they get there. They collect your environment variables. Joy. This can get everything from your AWS keys to your OpenAI keys for inference and all these other things. Like, you don't want these companies getting your Stripe keys. And now these sketchy, malicious actors can get them. They also use TruffleHog to scan for hard-coded secrets so it can find any secrets that are in your code base. They then try to call cloud provider APIs to see if they can access things for AWS, GCP, or Azure. This call here is using the package for AWS, if it exists, to try and access the run secrets variable or function and get the secrets for AWS if it's there. Same with GCP, same with Azure. The AWS module loops through every available region, enumerating and dumping all secret values from AWS's secret manager in each. This regional sweeping is unusually aggressive and significantly increases the credential harvesting in multi-region deployments. Terrifying. And then it sniffs your GitHub action secrets with an automated credential scraping. God. Any one of these would be so bad it's horrifying, but it keeps getting worse. Data exfiltration. It would create a GitHub repo using the victim's account using the stolen GitHub token. The repository name would be randomly generated. Some repos are created with the description Shah 1 Khaled the Second Coming as a campaign marker. These guys love to brag about their success. And then the triple base 64 encoding. Oh, look at that. I called it. I knew why they did this. It evades the built-in secret scanning. It bypasses third-party secret detection tools. It makes casual browsing of repos, like, you just don't see anything when you scroll through this looking for it. And it complicates the forensic analysis of the data that they steal. And then it uploads 5 JSON files to the victim's repository. The system info, the environment variables, AWS GCP Azure secrets, TruffleHog findings, and GitHub action secrets. And it publishes this as a public repo so they can be scanning GitHub constantly for these specific flags and then grab the tokens quick. And here's how they propagated. They would look for NPM tokens, I'm assuming during that CI hijacking. And if it found one, it would validate against the NPM registry, fetch all the packages by that maintainer, and then call update package on each, which would download the package, inject the setup files, patch the package JSON to add the pre-install script, bump the patch version. So if it's 1.0.0, bump it to 1.0.1, and then publish the malicious version. And since a lot of people have their deployment for NPM set up on GitHub Actions, this is going to hit a ton of shit, including what we just saw with PostHog. I assumed that it was one of their dependencies was malicious, and that dependency was being included. But it seems like an actual malicious version of the PostHog packages was published with the code in PostHog itself. This is the exact opposite of the previous hack that I covered, where the developers didn't seem to understand anything about the JavaScript ecosystem. These guys know it really well and seem to have squeezed every ounce of potential exploitation out from here. There's also a general token mining that it runs in the GitHub action, looking for anything that's prefixed with npm underscore in hopes of finding more tokens in order to create this full CI to npm takeover chain. So a compromised GitHub action workflow would reveal npm tokens stored as secrets, which are then used to poison additional packages. This automated pivoting mechanism enabled the worm to bootstrap propagation even without direct npm token environment variables. And if it doesn't find anything useful there, it will self-destruct. Oh, wait. It's not just deleting itself. It's deleting everything it can touch on your system. In Windows, it deletes all the files in your user profile. It removes directories and overrides all free space with a cipher call. On Linux and Mac, it finds all writable user files, shreds them with a single pass overwrite, and then deletes empty directories. Ugh. Let's skim through this just to see how much more. Okay, that's just the... God. I was curious how we're not that far scrolled in this. You can see the scroll bar on the right's like less than a fifth the way down the page. The reason is because the rest of the article is all of the packages that they know were infected so far. Do you see the problem here? 834 were hit that we know of so far. I want to see the post-hug post-mortem first. Post-hug did an article too on their fancy... Post-hug did a post-mortem too on their fake OS website. Let's take a quick look at this. So how did this happen? Posthug's own package publishing credentials were not compromised by the worm described above. They were targeted directly, as were a number of other major vendors, to act as a patient zero for the attack. So Posthug was one of the first victims that were specifically targeted. The first step that the attacker took was to steal a GitHub personal access token for one of their bots, and then use that to steal the rest of the GitHub secrets available in their CI runners, which included this NPM token. These steps were done days before the attack on the 24th of November. At 5:40 on November 18th, now deleted GitHub user BRWJ, just like random stuff, opened a pull request against the Posthug repo, including this commit. This was a fix typos PR. And it adds this output is exec sync webhook.site/ Great. I'm sure that that's not super sketchy. The PR changed the code of a script executed by a workflow that we were running against external contributors, modifying it to send the secrets available during that script's execution to a webhook controlled by the attacker. This is why it's so scary to run CI against PRs that people outside of your employees and team file, because anyone could file a PR that does something malicious, and if it executes in any environment, they can probably do some sketchy shit with that. And that's what happened here. The secrets included the GitHub personal access token of one of the bots, which had broad repo write permissions across the org. The PR itself was deleted along with the fork that it came from when the user was deleted, but that commit wasn't. The PR was opened, the workflow was run, and the PR was closed, all within the space of 1 minute. And then 5 days later, the attacker used the credentials to delete a workflow run. We believe this was a test to see if the stolen credentials were still valid, and it was successful. So 20-ish minutes later, not even, like 15 minutes, they used the credentials again, but to create another commit that was masquerading, by chance, as the report's author. We believe this was randomly chosen branch on which the author happened to be the last legitimate contributor, given the author does not possess any special privileges on his GitHub account. This commit was published directly as a detached commit, not as part of a pull request or similar. In it, the attacker modified an arbitrary lint PR workflow directly to exfiltrate all of our GitHub secrets. Unlike the previous PR attack, which could only modify the script called from the workflow, and as such could only exfiltrate the bot's personal access token. The commit had full write access to our repo given the ultra permissive personal access token, which meant that they could run arbitrary code on the scopes of their GitHub action runners. So now they can control all of the runners, all the GitHub actions, and get whatever else they want from there. And since the attacker would delete workflow runs after they completed, it was really hard for them to audit and identify these things. At this point, they had the NPM publishing tokens, and 12 hours later, at 4:11 a.m. UTC the following morning, they published the malicious packages to NPM, which helped start the spread of this worm. Postlog was not the only vendor used in the initial vector for this broader attack. We expect other vendors will be able to identify similar attack patterns in their own audit logs. So why did this happen? Postlog is proudly open source. That means a lot of their repos frequently receive external contributions. Even my team has contributed to Postlog, which is really cool. They automatically assign reviewers depending on which parts of the code base the contribution changed. The GitHub Conoters file is typically used for this, but we want the review to be a soft requirement rather than blocking the PR for internal contributors who might be working on code that they don't own. They have this workflow, which is supposed to do that, but it never worked for external contributors as it required manual approval, defeating the purpose of automatically tagging the right people. So one of the engineers figured out that this is because it triggered on pull request, which meant external contributors who are coming from forks don't have the workflow run. So they changed it to on pull request target, which is a different callout in the YAML that causes the trigger to run whenever any PR is formed on the repo, not when a pull request is made on a branch from the same repo. This change seems safe, as their understanding was, okay, this runs the code as it is in the master or target repo. But this only ensures the workflow is being run as defined, not that the code is the right code, because it could be any code running there. They assume that the code running on this would be the code from the repo, not the code from the pull request, which isn't true. They just set up arbitrary code execution on their own runners. If you need more proof that GitHub CI is not easy enough, here you go. One simple innocent change, adding _target to make it so that this would run for external contributors, open them up to remote code execution on their servers. Well, not on their servers, on their CI. Same difference. Insane. And this is why they merged that change, because it was seemingly innocent. Like one of the employees wanted this to give better feedback for external PRs. Whoever reviewed it thought the same. This was totally fine. And none of them noticed a security hole in the month and a half before the PR being merged and this attack occurring. And I'm sure there's lots of other places, lots of other repos on GitHub that have the same problem. Workflow rules, triggers, and execution contexts are hard to reason about. So hard to reason about that GitHub is actively making changes to make them simpler and closer to our understanding above. Although in our case, these changes would not have protected us against the initial attack. There's also been copycats trying to copy this particular attack, and they've had to do frustrating manual and uncertain measures to prevent it. The changes GitHub are making to the behavior of pull request target would have prevented those copycat attacks automatically for them. And here is how they're fixing this going forward. Way more scrutiny, tightening the package release workflow, switching to PnPM 10, which disables pre-install and post-install scripts. Very good. Once again, use a good package manager. Helps with a lot of these things. They have a security person there. They're doing the right stuff here. They're making good changes. And they're not the only ones. NPM has this banner on the top of the site. NPM Classic token creation is now disabled. Existing Classic tokens will be revoked on December 9th, 2025. Migrate to trusted publishing or granular access tokens to avoid disruption. They're trying to get rid of these blanket tokens you can do anything with because they're a huge security risk. People are asking for this article. I'll drop the link. So how can we prevent this as a whole? You got to secure your CI/CD. If you have any of the packages listed above, remove them immediately and delete your node modules folder. If these packages were installed in environments with access to secrets or credentials, rotate all API keys, tokens, and passwords immediately, so the malicious code may have exfiltrated sensitive info. Follow the OpenJS guidance and understanding for the pros and cons of different approaches to publishing to NPM. Check GitHub for strange repos like those pictured below with the description of Shawan Halud, the second coming. Yeah. You see any repo or had any repo that looked like this at any point, nuke all of your secrets, you're fucked. Socket, who wrote this article, has a free GitHub app that can help as well. I really like the Socket guys. Definitely a thing worth considering if you want to help prevent this type of stuff. They even have a firewall which will block malicious dependencies before they even get to the machine. All good advice. Is there anything at the end of this, or is it just the list? It's just the list. Great. Well, it happened. This stuff's always been fragile, but it's actually interesting here that NPM doesn't seem to be the fragile piece. I just assumed it would be. It's GitHub. It's CI. It's a way of punishing open source developers for doing things in the open. Like if PostHog wasn't open source, this wouldn't have happened. It's kind of crazy if you think about it that way, that this is a result of open source like maintainers and developers sharing the way that they build publicly, allowing for malicious actors to sneak in and run things through the act of filing a pull request. My biggest fear is that this results in both FUD around NPM and the JS ecosystem, but also results in more incentives for companies to not open source. Those are the wrong two lessons to take from this. If your assumption after seeing all this is NPM's insecure, no one should use JavaScript for their packages, and open source is bad because you might get hacked, I have a lot of different bridges I would love to sell you. Hit me up. The lessons here are that CI is complex, and it's important to make sure that your CI processes don't allow for a malicious actor to run things you don't want them to. There's a lot of ways that can happen, be it through the flag we just saw for the trigger for what code is running on the box. It could be that you have pre-install and post-install scripts that are very sketchy and can cause problems. It can be a lot of different things. But it's important as a developer to know what lets code run on your systems and not let code run that you don't want to have run. This isn't a problem specific to JavaScript or any other language or any other tool set. It's a problem that is the nature of allowing for code to be executed dynamically in any environment, like CI. So if you think AI is going to replace all of our jobs as engineers, go get into security. Seems like you have a lot of things to do ahead of you. I'm going to go do my best to not be stressed about this. Make sure you check your packages and that you didn't install one of these things. Go make sure you didn't install any of these malicious package versions and clear your secrets if you do. Hopefully this was helpful, and hopefully we're a little more scared, but not in a way that's irrational. Be careful with GitHub Actions and anything else that allows for code to be executed. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Sorry, just catching up on things on my phone quick. What are we going to do next? Dev 3000. Not familiar. Send a link on Discord. Yeah, this is the advanced tool use article. I have that queued. Yeah, sorry. I just had to check a thing on my phone quick. If there's anything here I have strong enough feelings on to just like dive right into and do. We can just do the advanced tool use. This will be fine. Marker, advanced tool use. Vercels browser for AI, interesting. I will save this to look into later. This will be interesting. I think we're good to go. Let's do it. There's a good chance y'all know my take on MCP by now. Or it's, let me rethink this intro. Cool. Nice. I try my best to not talk too much about buzzwordy, annoying things that I don't see much value in. And that's why I only have one video about Model Context Protocol, or MCP, as many of y'all know it. I just don't see that much value in the standard yet. And I do see a lot of problems that it causes. That's why I did a video about how much I think it sucks and how Anthropic is starting to agree. And that video performed way better than I expected it to. And it seems like I'm not the only one who feels that way, because Anthropic is tripling down. They just introduced the new advanced tool use on the Claude developer platform. Normally, advanced means they're making something more complex or detailed or capable. But in this case, advanced seems to mean they're trying to make it work at all. This is going to be a fun deep dive. For all of the problems that exist inside of MCP, to all of the weird workarounds that are now being proposed, to how Anthropic has been thinking or not really thinking about engineering. In being that this is a company that loves to send errors down as status code 200, breaking implementations for dozens, if not hundreds of companies, I'm sure that their implementation of these engineering things, they're going to be good, right? 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 Someone's going to have to pay for my therapy after this one, so let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor. Introducing advanced tool use on the Claude developer platform. They're adding 3 beta features that let Claude discover, learn, and execute tools dynamically. This is the key. Discover, learn, and execute dynamically. There's a lot of problems with MCP. One of the biggest ones is that you have to add all of the MCP tools to the context that is like your system prompt. You have to tell the model, here are all of the things you can do and how you do them. Which sounds fine until you realize that you're handing a bunch of tools. Like, let's say you use the Supabase MCP that has tens of thousands of lines of context describing how to use it. And then you're asking the model to make a front end change. It doesn't need to touch Supabase or know anything about Supabase, but now every single step, every single prompt, every single back and forth during an execution in a loop, it's going to be including tens of thousands of tokens that aren't relevant to the thing you're trying to do. Because it doesn't need the tool when it's not using the tool, but it's still there always. Imagine a dictionary, and you use this dictionary to find things. You want, like, look in to go find a word. Ideally, you would be able to flip to a section roughly with the right first letter, see how close you are, and then fly through to the place you want to be. MCP effectively works by making you read every single definition from the first word on the first page until you get where you want to be. And then you have to keep reading the rest of the dictionary after, and then you can come back and say, this is the definition of that word. Insane. Every single thing in your dictionary has to be read every single time you do anything. And by the time you finish reading it, there's a good chance you lost track of what you were there for in the first place, which the LLMs love to do as well. If you bloat an agent with all of this MCP context and it doesn't need any of it for the task it's executing, you made it more expensive, slower, and dumber, all under the guise of MCP support. Great. Awesome. Yeah. I don't have thoughts on a different standard. We'll get to all that in a bit, though. So how is Anthropic trying to solve these problems? The future of AI agents is one where models work seamlessly across hundreds of thousands of tools. An IDE assistant that integrates Git operations, file manipulation, package managers, testing frameworks, and deployment pipelines. An operations coordinator that connects Slack, GitHub, Google Docs, Jira, company databases, and dozens of MCP servers simultaneously. To build effective agents, they need to work with unlimited tool libraries without stuffing every definition into context upfront. Again, this is the problem. When you give an agent a tool, the agent needs to have the definition of the tool in its context, or it can't use it, but now it's just there when it doesn't need to be. Our blog article on using code execution with MCP discussed how tool results and definitions can sometimes consume 50,000 plus tokens before an agent even starts to read the request. Agents should discover and load tools on demand, keeping only what's relevant for the current task. Yes. There's a lot of different ways to do this. Something I've seen a couple people experimenting with is the idea of a cheap, fast, large context model running between each step, identifying what the step's going to do and saying, oh, this step's going to need these tools. And it adjusts the system prompt with the right tools dynamically based on the task at hand for that one specific turn. If you're not familiar with turns, whenever a tool call happens with an agent, it's not pausing the execution and then continuing. When a tool is run, the agent is now done. The model has completed its result. The tool runs, adds another bit of data to the message history, and then when you send a new message, it will include that in the history. That makes sense. When I send a message, the model responds, and then I send another message. Obviously, it's going to include the whole history. But the tool is effectively working as a person in between each step. And when the tool is done, it adds that to the history, and then the whole history reruns again with the model. That's how tool calling works. If you do a request that is, update this file in my code base, it does a tool call to find the file. It does a tool call to look up on Google search or something how to do the change, and it does another tool call to edit the file. The model made 3 requests during that request. You might have only sent one message, but it sent the whole history 3 times. And each additional time, there was way more context. But if you have this giant tool definition at the front, that entire tool definition is now included in all of those subsequent requests, sometimes hundreds, if not thousands of these per prompt from a user. That is horrifying. It wastes a ton of context, it wastes a ton of money, it wastes a ton of time, and it makes the model dumber because there's useless information in its history. So the experiment I've seen people doing is at each of those steps, a small model looks and sees what's going to happen next and adjusts the system prompt for that sub piece to include the correct tools. Seems cool. Also seems like Anthropic's going the other way with discovery, where the model can find the tools as part of its loop, rather than the model being handed the right tools during its loop. Oh shit, McKay, thanks for the resub and the kind words. Appreciate that. In my previous video about all this stuff, we talked about the code execution with MCP thing, which I actually think is quite cool. If you give the agent an SDK with all of these things in it as code, rather than as a bunch of wordy context up front, it can write code to execute things significantly better. Agents need the ability to call tools from code. When using natural language tool calling, each invocation requires a full inference pass, and intermediate results pile up in context, whether they're useful or not. This is, again, what we talked about before. I think they have a good diagram for this in their previous article. They have a better one than that? No, they don't. Annoying. Cool. So here we have our context. We have the system prompt, the tool definitions, the user message, goes to the model, the assistant, or from here it goes to the model. It responds with additional text, both a message that you can see and a tool call that it should do. The tool call goes and executes in whatever like harness you're using, in this case, an MCP server. It gets added back to the context window, to the history, and then that whole history is sent back to the model. So the thing I was saying before, we have the system prompt, the tool definitions, the user message, all get sent. It responds with the assistant message and the tool request. The result comes in, and then all of this, the entirety of that content here, everything in the history up till now is sent back to the model to generate a new response. Now imagine it needs to do two subsequent requests here. It needs to do one to look up a user's ID, and then it needs to do another tool call to update something for that user in a database. Now it needs to do two full turns, one with even more history than the previous one, in order to execute those things. But if it could just write TypeScript that looks up the user by the ID and then updates the database, it can do it in one tool call instead of two, or 20, or 200. This is why the code execution thing makes a lot of sense, because if you know exactly what to do with the result of a tool call, you shouldn't need to send the entire history over to do it. Imagine a restaurant where imagine a restaurant and you're the guy running the kitchen. You need somebody to boil some eggs you need somebody to make some boiled eggs. Let me think a better example here. I think hard-boiled eggs is fine. You need some hard-boiled eggs for a dish. You can tell someone to go boil some eggs, and then they show up with the pile of boiled eggs still in the shells, not useful for anything yet. Then you say everything that happened before, all of the steps again. You give them all of the instructions for the recipe, and then say, okay, now that you know all of that, go take off the shells. What if, when you first gave the person the instruction to get the boiled eggs, you also told them to remove the shells before they come back? Now there is way less back and forth, way less bullshit that is blocking all of this. When you remember how dumb these models are, it's insane that we're not doing these things better already. They're good at writing code, though. So instead of this example, it can get the right sheet from Google, filter for the ones you want, and then do something like just giving you the data you want. So instead of responding with all of the data from the tool, you can filter it with code and have less shit going into context. Instead of requiring multiple back and forths in order to execute the next step, you can have all of it go through in one pass. It makes so much sense to do this with code and not to do this with like the LLM. If you're using your LLM to filter data, that would be a 2-line of code dot filter. You're too MCP pilled and you need help. Let the code run. It's really good at these things. Thank you, Chris, for the raid. Always good to see you, Griff. Hope you're doing well. For those who don't know me, I'm Theo. I film videos live on YouTube about all sorts of software dev stuff. We're filming one about MCP shit right now. Should be fun. Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for stopping by. Also, if you're looking for people who actually code on stream, you guys should follow Griff. Oh, somebody already showed him out. Good. Thank you. So thankfully, Anthropic, Cloudflare, and I all agree that calling tools from code makes way more sense a significant portion of the time. It's rare that Cloudflare, Anthropic, and I all agree on anything, so I think that's a useful bit of context. Code is a natural fit for orchestration logic, like loops, conditionals, and data transformations, like a basic filter. Yeah. Agents need the flexibility to choose between code execution. Agents need the flexibility to choose between code execution and inference based on the task at hand. I can see it. Agents also need to learn correct tool usage from examples, not just schema definitions. JSON schemas define what's structurally valid, but can't express usage patterns, when to include optional parameters, which combinations make sense, or which conventions your API expects. And that's why they're releasing 3 new features. Tool Search Tool, which is just the funniest name ever. I thought that Tool made a different album than they did, because I thought of like an old art, and it would have just been funny to copy the word Tool and put it all over the album art. Not able to make that joke as cohesively as I want to, so we'll skip it. Then there's a programmatic tool calling tool, which allows for Claude to invoke tools in a context execution environment, reducing the impact on the model's context window. And this is what we were talking about before, let it execute code. Seems like they're building their own sandbox for it. Previously, I recommended Daytona, so you could set this up for any agent on any platform yourself. So if you want to set up your own, way for code to be executed in one of these environments, Daytona is the easiest and most reliable by far. They're a sponsor, but I actually genuinely really like them, and I know that my channel manager and fellow YouTuber, Ben, has been using them for a ton of shit. They might even be the sponsor of this video. I don't know yet. We don't know when we're filming what the sponsor will be. And then the tool use examples, which provide and then there's the tool use examples, providing a universal standard for demonstrating how to effectively use a given tool. Because universal standards from Anthropic have a really good record thus far. They used an auth standard for MCP that has never been used in production by anyone, and they're moving off it because no one knows how to implement it because it sucks. Yeah, great. So they made it so that you can find the right tools and not include them, execute tools without having the model do it at all, and examples so the model won't do it wrong. These all feel kind of like duct tape to a bad standard, but if it's going to make these things useful, cool, they're going to be more useful now. In internal testing, we found these features have helped us build things that wouldn't have been possible with conventional tool use patterns. For example, Claude for Excel uses programmatic tool calling to read and modify spreadsheets with thousands of rows without overloading the model's context window. Yes. Duh. Based on our experience, we believe these features open up new possibilities for what you can build with Claude. Apparently, you could solve this puzzle game. Cool. MCP tool... So what's the challenge? The next section is about tool search. They define a clear challenge here. Tool definitions provide important context, but as more servers connect, these tokens can add up. Also, can we talk about how insane it is that MCP effectively requires a full server? You want to run your MCP stuff on serverless? Good luck, have fun. It's assuming a stateful, long connection that it can use at any point during execution and have an exact history shared between the two. The MCP standard genuinely really sucks to implement on the server side, which is why most of the coolest MCP stuff requires that you run a process in the background in Python on your computer to allow your editor to connect to it to run random bash commands. It can't invoke the environment. It has to have a connection to an existing environment to do anything. It's an interesting standard. So consider a basic setup with a handful of tools here. You have the GitHub server, which has 35 tools, the Slack server with 11, Sentry server with 5, Grafana with 5, and Splunk with 2. These 58 tools consume 55,000 tokens before the conversation even starts. Add more servers like Jira, which alone uses 17,000 tokens, and you're quickly approaching 100K token overhead. And they've seen tool definitions consume up to 134K tokens. This is a model that has a 200K token context window. Okay, the new ones have a mill, but they get way dumber when you use them that way. The token cost isn't even the only issue. The most common failures are wrong tool selection and incorrect parameters, especially when tools have similar names, like notification send user versus notification send channel. Yeah. I've even seen stupid things like in Cursor, some models wouldn't I've even seen dumb things like models not switching to the right directory because they hallucinated the word work tree into something else. I think work T happened in one of my runs where it couldn't switch to the right directory because it misremembered the name of the directory. If you give it enough similarly named shit, it all falls apart really fast. And eventually the model will just give up and do stupid shit. Like in my video about GPT 5.1, when I was trying to use it with their harness with codecs, it would regularly edit files by writing a regex and executing it in Perl via bash and not using the edit file tool at all. What? Yeah. So here's their solution. Instead of loading all tool definitions up front, the tool search tool will discover tools on demand. Claude only sees the tools that it actually needs for the current task. So traditionally, it would bloat a ton of your context with all these tools, but with the tool search setup, it will only include the right tools that it discovered for this. This example has an 85% reduction in token usage while maintaining access to your full tool library. Internal testing showed significant accuracy improvements on MCP evaluations when working with large tool libraries. Opus 4 improved from 49% to 74%. That's a 50% improvement. And Opus 4.5 went from 79.5 because, again, they're training the model to deal with tool bloat because it's gotten so bad. So Opus 4 to 4.5 was 50% to 79.5%. But they got Opus 4 to be roughly as good as Opus 4.5 at tool calling by just deleting half the fucking tools from the definition. And even 4.5 saw a massive improvement up to 88.1% once they had the tool search tool set up. How does it actually work? You provide all your tool definitions to the API, but you mark tools with defer loading true, which makes them discoverable on demand. Deferred tools aren't loaded into Claude's context initially. Claude only sees the tool search tool itself, plus any tools with defer loading false. So if you have tools you want it to always have access to, you can still do that. When Claude needs specific capabilities, it searches for relevant tools. The tool search tool returns references to the matching tools, which get expanded into full definitions within Claude's context. So if Claude needs to interact with GitHub, it will search for GitHub, and only the GitHub create pull requests and list issues will get loaded, not your 50 plus other tools from Slack, Jira, and Google Drive. Now Claude has access to your full tool library while only paying for the token cost of the tools it actually needs. This doesn't break prompt caching, which is actually a good call out. My suggestion earlier with the model in between would break prompt caching, because prompt caching is very, very poorly implemented, is putting it generously. I'm going to throw this in Excalibur so I can explain my thoughts. When you give a pile of tokens to a model, it has to effectively vectorize them to figure out where things are most likely to go next. Because all this stuff is autocomplete. When you have a bunch of tokens, that is your history, the most likely next token changes when your history changes. That's how it all works. And it has to compute that based on all of the things in the context. So I'll use this red color, cool. So here is our initial context in this example. The system prompt, the tool definitions, and the user message. All of this gets sent to the LLM to execute. It then comes back. We do the assistant message, the tool calling, actual calling of the tool, get our result, and then we send all of this data back to the model again so it can do the next message, the next step, the next turn, so to speak. Why do we have to recompute all of this when we just computed this part? Why do we have to recompute the vectorization or whatever term you want to use to describe the way we point to tokens after context is built? Why do we have to recalculate the whole thing when we already calculated this part? This is where caching comes in. You can cache from the first token down to a point, and now you don't have to recompute that part when you add more things. This is really useful for traditional AI chats because if I send a message and I get a response and then I ask something else, you don't have to recalculate everything before, including the system prompt and all that. You just have to calculate from the new message onwards, which makes it way cheaper for the model providers, which is why they give huge discounts when you hit the cache versus the traditional tokenization. OpenAI and Gemini both do good caching automatically for you, which makes things significantly cheaper. Anthropic makes you do it manually. But there's another problem here. Since it's calculating top down, if we want to cache this part so that this part is cheaper, but once we get here, we also changed the system prompt all the way up there, any change up the chain nukes the cache. The cache has to be static from entry down to the end of the cache entity. If you change something at the start, the whole cache dies. So if you're editing the system prompt dynamically based on what tools are available, it all falls apart. And it falls apart really fast. So how do we solve that? How do we allow for the introduction of new tools without it breaking our cache? It seems like Anthropic's solution here is that they're added to context after Claude searches from them in the message history as context, not as part of the initial definition. The system prompt and the core tool definitions remain cacheable. Sounds cool, but also potentially really easy to hijack because the system prompt is usually defined in the code base for this agent. And the rest of the history is done programmatically when users do things or the agent does things. I see a lot of potential for prompt injections here where I can add a fake tool or a bad definition for a known tool into the history and get it to call a tool in a malicious way. Here's an example implementation with no syntax highlighting because Anthropic's really good at code. Includes a tool search tool, type, tool search tool, regex. If you haven't already started a drinking game, or if you ever wanted a video to have it, if you ever wanted to add a fun drinking game to a video, this has got to be the one. Take a shot every time I say the word tool, and I'll see you in the hospital. I'll probably beat you there at this rate. So now we can mark a tool as defer loading, and now it won't be included until it is searched for. And for MCP servers, we can defer loading entire servers while keeping specific high-use tools loaded. Look at that tab wrapping. Beautiful. Beautiful formatting here. Claude Developer Platform provides regex-based and BM25-based search tools out of the box. You can also implement custom search tools. So you can implement a custom search tool for your tool searching tool. Soy.run just dropped some fun research in my chat. This is from last year. Manipulating LLM tool calls through adversarial injection. Oh boy, this is going to get even worse. I heard you like tools, so I put a tool in your tool so we could listen to tool while we generate tools with tools. The word tool occurs 196 times on this page. I've said all I have to there. So when should we use the tool search tool? Like any architectural decision, enabling the tool search tool involves trade-offs. Feature adds a search step before tool invocation, so it delivers the best return on investment when the context savings and accuracy improvements outweigh additional latency. Yeah. The cool thing with the code execution solution is it reduces how many back and forths have to occur for something to be executed. Here we're increasing it by 1. We're adding 1 additional turn because we have to look up the tools and then execute things, which means that the whole history goes back and forth. But if we have an 8,000 token context window, and then we have to rerun it with 8,500 tokens, that's still way less than the 50 to 100,000 token context window we would need otherwise. So use it when your tool definitions are using more than 10K tokens, you're experiencing tool selection accuracy issues, building MCP-powered systems with multiple servers, or there's more than 10 tools available. It's less beneficial with a small tool library. Less than 10 tools is small now. Oh, God. All tools are used frequently in every session, and tool definitions are compact. These are when you wouldn't use it. Cool. And then we have programmatic tool calling. This is what we discussed in the previous video, where you can write code to execute the tools instead, because LLMs are way better at writing code than doing arbitrary matching of bullshit syntaxes to try and do this weird inference bullshit. You get the idea. Traditional tool calling creates 2 fundamental problems as workflows become more complex. First is context pollution from intermediary results. If Claude is analyzing a 10 megabyte log file for an error pattern, or if you tell Claude to analyze a 10 meg log file, it's going to put the whole file in the context, even if it doesn't need it. But if you tell it to write code to parse that, it's only going to take in a handful of lines, which is significantly better. When fetching customer data across multiple tables, every record accumulates in the context, regardless of relevance. Again, like if you want to find all of the admin users on a service, the way that most of these MCPs would work is they would fetch all users, load the whole list into memory, into its history, and then hopefully needle in a haystack to find the right ones. Or it can execute code and filter for the specific thing it wants, which in this case is users where type equals admin, and only return those 5 users instead of the entire history. Okay. Turns out Kent Dodds is already ahead of us here and has an article about this from way earlier this year, like pre-July. And it's the same core premise, the dynamic tool discovery. This is pre the programmatic execution thing, which I prefer, but yeah, the few people who are actually all on an MCP recognized this problem forever ago. Anthropic, as usual, is slow. Speaking of which, back to the programmatic tool calling. The other part that makes traditional tool call workflows more complex is the inference overhead and manual synthesis. Each tool call requires full model inference passed. After receiving results, Claude must eyeball the data to extract relevant information, reason about how the pieces fit together, and decide what to do next, all through natural language processing. A 5-tool workflow means 5 inference passes plus Claude parsing each result, comparing values, and synthesizing conclusions. This is both slow and error-prone. Putting it lightly, remember Tune, token-oriented object notation, the thing everybody hated on and I defended? One of the coolest parts of this page is the per model accuracy bench they do, where they hand the models a giant pile of data and ask it to find things. And it's cool to see that with like GPT-5 Nano, Tune is hitting a 90.9%, which is the same as JSON Compact, but when you switch to CSV or YAML, and XML especially, the likelihood it gets things right goes down. But even in the best case, which is Tune on 5 Nano, it has a 90.9% accuracy of finding the right data in a large data set. That means that you have a roughly 10% failure rate. Do you know what doesn't have a 10% failure rate? Dot filter. Array.filter user.userid equals something is going to be significantly more reliable than even the best cases in this test. Do you know what isn't good at this? Anthropic models. The best case with Haiku 4.5, which is a much more expensive model and a much newer model than 5 nano, their best case is 59.8%. 40% lookup failure rate with large amounts of data. If you're giving the model the select all version of the data and then filter trying to find the right thing, it's not going to succeed because the model's kind of stupid. This is why they went all in on things like grep in the Claude Code solutions, because they can't trust the model given the context to identify the right thing. Much smarter, or it's much better at writing commands to go find the thing it's looking for. These models don't behave well with large amounts of context. So it makes a lot of sense that Anthropic is finally trying to reduce said context. So what's their solution? Programmatic tool calling enables Claude to orchestrate tools through code rather than through individual API round trips. Instead of Claude requesting tools one at a time, with each result being returned to the context, Claude writes code that will allow it to call multiple tools, process the outputs, and control what information actually gets back to the context window. This isn't just useful if you're chaining tools where you have one that's looking up data and one that's updating the data. This is useful just for reducing what makes it back to Claude. If you ask Claude, or if you were to ask Claude which users are admins and it has a lookup tool to find all users, it's going to pull all the users in, get all of that data, and then do its best to needle in the haystack to find the admins in it. But if you give it code execution, it can run the same request to get all users and then do a quick dot filter before putting it back in context, saving you a ton of tokens, a ton of money, and removing that 10% failure rate, or in the Haiku case, 40% failure rate, down to a 0. Think about that. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, that these models have best case 10% lookup failure rate, worst case 50%. And you can reduce that failure rate to 0 by just writing some fucking code or letting the model write and execute the code. Models are so much smarter when you let them write code, and I'm happy that we're finally acknowledging this as an industry. Claude excels at writing code, and by letting it express orchestration logic in Python rather than through natural language tool invocations, you get more reliable and precise control flow. Oh no, they stopped copying Cloudflare and are doing it their own way now. When they were copying Cloudflare, they also used TypeScript, which is really good for this. Now they're using Python, which is not as good for this. Actually, I want to see if I thought I saved this article. Did I not? Fuck. I was so sure I did. Give me one sec. I need to find this. Cool. There was some very fun research published earlier this year called Auto Code Benchmark by Tencent. And one of the really cool pieces here is they compare how good different models are in different environments. But what's really interesting here isn't just like, oh, Opus is better at code overall than GPT 4.1 is. This gets much more interesting if you flip the axes a bit. Because Python average across all of these tests scores a 65.3 across the different models and all of the tests that they have for it. Okay, credit where it's due. Apparently JS and TypeScript are slightly worse than Python when LLMs are generating it. I'm going to do a whole video about this in the future, but spoiler, you would never have guessed the top 2 languages. You would never have guessed the top 2 languages, C# and Elixir. Yeah. Wait, actually, I take back the comparison there. So everything I said about the languages earlier, delete it all. Ready for where this gets really fun? Let's look at Opus 4.1's performance. It got a 42.3 on Python, 42.9 on Vanilla.js, and a 47.7 on TypeScript. So if Anthropic really wants to make their models better at code and doing these things, there's a really easy solution. Stop doing everything in fucking Python. Anyways, we'll be talking a lot more about this chart and all the fun things we can learn from it in the very near future. I think we've gotten enough examples of what I mean by this here. We can skim that part. They have a when to use it section, like processing large data, running multi-step workflows with 3 or more dependent tool calls, filtering, sorting, and transforming tool results before Claude sees them, handling tasks where intermediate data shouldn't influence Claude's reasoning, or running parallel operations across many items. It's less useful when doing simple tool call invocations, working on tasks where Claude should see and reason about all intermediate results, or running quick lookups with small responses. Yep. Now we have the tool use examples. The challenge. JSON schema excels at structure. Yeah. And now we have the tool use examples, actually showing the model how to use the tools instead of just giving it a schema. The last piece to maybe unfuck MCP, other than auth a lazy way to execute, or that is, other than a good way to do auth and a lazy execution environment that doesn't require you run a server for every single tool connection. JSON schema excels at defining structure types, required fields, allowed enums, etc., but it can't express usage patterns, when to include optional parameters, which combinations make sense, or what conventions your API expects. So we have the support ticket API. It's a title, which is a string, as a priority, which is an enum of low, medium, high, or critical, labels, which are an array of items, a reporter, which has all of these additional pieces. Cool. The schema defines what's valid, but it leaves critical questions unanswered. Should due date use this format, a more traditional text format, or a UTC timestamp? What about the ID conventions? Is the reporter.id a UUID, or is it something with a user prefix, or just random numbers? When should Claude populate nested structures like the reporter.contact? How does escalation.level and escalation.SLA hours relate to priority? These ambiguities can lead to malformed tool calls and inconsistent parameter usage. Their solution. Tool use examples let you provide sample tool calls directly in your tool definitions. Instead of relying on schemas alone, you show Claude concrete usage patterns. God, JSON is actually becoming the new programming language. Wonderful. So we have the input schema, but then we have input examples. These are examples with no context, just example. So this is some input that matches the format. It doesn't even show what the shape of the result will look like. It's literally just, here is a valid tool call you could do here. I thought this would be useful. This is kind of sad. Tool call examples improved accuracy from 72% to 90% on collects parameter. In their internal testing, tool use examples improved accuracy from 72% to 90% on complex parameter handling. Maybe we should just go back to writing code, guys. It's all starting to feel like a mistake. This is good when you're complex nested JSON where valid JSON... This is good for complex nested structures where valid JSON doesn't imply correct usage, tools with many optional params, APIs with domain-specific conventions, and similar tools where examples clarify which one to use. I just realized it's past 7 o'clock. I need to do a food order. They have a best practices section here. Let's see how much of this pisses me off. Building agents that take real-world actions means handling scale, complexity, and precision all simultaneously. These three features work together to solve different bottlenecks in tool use workflows. Here's how to combine them effectively. Layer features strategically. Not every agent needs to use all three features for a given task. Start with your biggest bottleneck. If you have context bloat from your tool definitions, use the search tool. If you have large intermediate results polluting context, do programmatic tool calling. And if you have errors from parameters being malformed, use the tool use examples. This focused approach lets you address the specific constraints limiting your agent's performance rather than adding complexity up front. Building with AI is quickly getting more complex than just building the thing with code. This is kind of insane. There's like, I will never take shit again for how complex the JS ecosystem is when we can't even get an LLM to make an API request, trivially. This is so insane. We're just stapling on more and more layers of band-aids and tape in hopes that the result is something that functions. Layer additional features as needed. They're complementary. Okay, how the fuck is programmatic tool calling complementary to tool use examples, which are only in the original JSON format? These two aren't complementary. They're contradictory. And how does the search tool and programmatic tool calling complement each other either? This one is reading your code base to find type definitions to write code to use the tools properly. This one is allowing for the LLM to find the natural language way of executing the tool instead. I can see the tool search and tool use examples being complementary, but programmatic tool calling is an alternative to those. And now to challenge engineers even more. As we all know, engineers are really good at naming things. You know what they're even better at? Concise copy. Engineers are so good at writing. I don't know why they're writing code. They could just be writing prose. They're so elegant and clever and smart. It's something I would say if I was really dumb. Engineers are so bad at writing that there are whole fields dedicated to the idea of people who kind of know code and kind of know people well enough to make that their career instead. You can make more money being 4 out of 10 at code and 4 out of 10 at socializing than you can being 10 out of 10 at code, because that inherently implies that you're 2 out of 10 at socializing at best. So let's have these engineers write definitions that are concise and descriptive enough for LLMs. I'm sure that will go great. I'm sure all these engineers are going to write really good definitions for their tools. Obviously. I'm going to go insane. What's even better is all these people are going to have these what's even better is all these developers are going to tab complete the description. They're going to let an LLM write it for them, and it's going to make everything worse, not better. It's going to be great. This is an actual reasonable call out because it doesn't know what tools it will or won't have access to. Like if it searches 3 different things that it thinks might exist and they don't, it's screwed. So it's important to add a system prompt guidance so Claude knows what's available. Do you know how many layers deep we are now? I need to diagram this. I'm going to go mad. So we have our data that we want the LLM to have access to. So we have this data. The LLM needs to access it. So what do? We can put an API in front, have it make a curl request, but we're not doing that. We're doing MCP. So we access this data through an MCP. But the MCP is a definition. We need a server. So the data is now exposed via an MCP server. And we have the MCP definition. The MCP definition is that JSON schema that describes what formats it takes. We can now add the examples and stuff there, but I would say those are like alongside here because they exist in that same layer. But now it doesn't even matter because we're not accessing it through that layer. We're searching for the tool. And then it turns out that this is a multi-step thing. So we're going to do programmatic execution. So we have a sandbox VM environment, and then Python code. We have reinvented operating systems and hierarchies here. Are you kidding? This is all of the layers we have to go through. How did we get here? Why are we here now? I'm going to go mad. And we thought RAG was... and we thought RAG was a mistake. It's going to keep getting worse. We just keep adding layers whenever things don't work quite how we want them to. So I don't think I saw Kent's post about my video here. Now, I stand behind my take on the auth stuff. They are in the process of deprecating and rewriting the auth standards. It was so fucking broken. So, you know, I'm sorry. No one's doing real shit with this yet. It's obnoxious that that's the case, but that's where we are. Don't put me looking at that in the video phase. Okay. Oh, I forgot. We have to add this to the system prompt because we took the tool definition out of the context. So now we need to have a system prompt hinting about the tools. Here are our layers. Once again, how do we get here? I will never again take shit that we work in a language that becomes another virtualized language. Like TypeScript compiles to JavaScript, which runs on V8, which is written in C++. There are fewer layers in that than there are in a basic tool call now. I wonder how many layers we'll have here by the end of next year. Oh, this is hilarious. For programmatic tool calling, since there is no return format standard as part of MCP, as far as I understand, MCP definitions don't tell you what the output looks like. When you're doing programmatic tool calling, you have to go write that return statement yourself. You have to tell the model what will actually be returned by the MCP. This is fine in TypeScript because type definitions are easy to write, but in Python and JS, which are the languages it seems like they're recommending for this, it won't know. So you have to write that for it. Okay. There is an optional output schema as part of MCP, but I don't see anyone using it. Because with an LLM, who cares what the format of the output is? It's just getting shoved into context anyways. Yeah. Gonna go insane. One of their cited sources is LLM-VM. It's a CLI-based productivity tool that uses large language models and local Python tools and helpers to reason about and execute your tasks. We are literally adding layer upon fucking layer now. God. AI Code King just showed up in chat. Most of these blogs are only being written due to MCP's bloated tool calls. Anthropic made a new issue and is Anthropic made a new issue and is fixing the issue now. ACP is a way better protocol than MCP. Anthropic should learn something from Zed and how to write protocols. Honestly, Anthropic should just acquire Zed. I think that's one of the best possible alignments in the industry. They can help with so much. I really like the Zed team and how they operate. A bunch of the people who work on Zed hang out here. I've had nothing but incredible interactions with them, even though I don't even have the editor installed on this computer. The Zed team's awesome. They understand developers and good software and developer experiences so deeply. They fill all of the holes that exist in like the developer brains of Anthropic. Like, not to keep harping on this point, but Zed would never have done this bullshit. They never would have let this fly. I think I've said all I have to here. So now we're at the end of the article. That means we're done, right? Right? Introducing agent skills. Claude can now use skills to improve how it performs specific tasks. I'm going to end this one before I go insane. Thank you guys as always. Hopefully you find something useful here. And if not, I'm sorry. Let me know what you think. And until next time, peace, nerds. I did see this paper. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I am so happy I'm not on the latest Mac OS. Oh, Nia? I invested in Nia because the founder's awesome. That's it. Like, I invest in good teams. And also, this founder hates MCP more than me. I heard a little bit about this. I haven't had a chance to look into it at all. Oh. I will watch this later for sure. Okay, I think we've covered enough today. Did that. Oh, what did I miss here? What are you cursing us with today? Let's see what this is. Ah, Brian making music. Could be worse. Meta buying Google hardware? What? Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, this is a video. Fuck. I think this is a high pride too. Fuck me. I was gonna go offline. So much for that. We're filming this now. I did a marker for the end, right? Yeah, I did. Cool. I did not get a link for that. That'll be fun. It's okay, Gabriel. You're doing your job, even though I don't pay you anymore. Okay, I think the intro for this is a highlight reel of all the news coverage. I also want to change quick, so I'm not using the same shirt and everything. Give me one sec, guys. It is literally 10 degrees hotter in this room than it is outside of this room. God. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Nvidia stock falls after reports say Google. Nvidia stock falls after reports shows that Google and Meta are in talks for a multi-billion-dollar chip deal. Nvidia publicly responds to losing 250. Nvidia publicly responds to losing 250 billion to Google deal. Nvidia stock falls 4% on reports that Meta will use Google AI chips. What the hell is going on? Seriously, like, we're in utter chaos nowadays. My favorite graphics card company for video games is at war with my favorite search engine from the 2000s, and it's all over AI nonsense. There is actually an interesting story here, which is the history of chip manufacturing and how GPUs accidentally became essential, kind of, to the introduction of all this fancy AI stuff. But this deep war between Google and NVIDIA is fascinating. Historically, Google's had their one main competitor that they would focus on and not really pay attention to others. A long time ago, it was Yahoo. They crushed them. They moved on to Microsoft, got bored. They moved on to Apple, got more bored, focused on Amazon for a while, and now it seems like NVIDIA is the one that they have focused square in their sights. As we see here, Google's only actual competition when it comes to revenue is Meta, because Google and Meta are the only two competent ad networks ever made, but they would rather partner with their current number one competitor than potentially lose long term to a competitor that's not even really on their radar right now. There are so many layers to this, from how Google hates NVIDIA so much that they use CPUs for inference, to the weird relationship between Google and their TPU division and Meta and all these other layers, to how the industry is currently responding, and also my AMD stock falling rapidly. Quick disclosures, I'm invested in basically every single company we're going to be talking about today. Not enough that it matters, but enough that I feel the obligation to disclose it. And when I just checked my portfolio, I lost a lot of money today. So let's make a little back with today's sponsor. So what the hell's going on between Google and NVIDIA? Apparently, allegedly, this all started from this one particular post on Google's blog. 3 things to know about Ironwood, our latest TPU. I don't know why they worded this like a BuzzFeed article, but we'll go with it. Our 7th gen tensor processing unit is here. Learn what makes Ironwood our most powerful and energy efficient custom silicon to date. Before we go too deep in Ironwood, I want to talk a bit about the relationship between these companies. Give me one sec to get this document from Artificial Analysis. I had it saved on my old computer, but I never moved it over. The Artificial Analysis State of AI report is generally a really cool doc, but this is the part I want to focus on here. The key players in the AI value chain. There are 4 pieces to AI experiences. There's the application that you actually use to work with the AI. There's the foundation models, like the actual giant piles of tokens and parameters that we're using to generate responses. There's the inference, which is the cloud that you're spending the money on and have the dashboard in that actually hosts the models. And then there's the accelerator hardware, which is the CPUs, GPUs, TPUs, and the chips themselves that are being used to generate those responses. There are a handful of companies that are playing with the bottom 2 sections, like Grok or Cerebras, for example, and also Samba Nova. These companies built their own architectures and host those. These companies built their own architectures to try and make inference faster, and they also have their own cloud providers that you can go pay money to generate inference from, primarily from open weight models, because they don't have access to the proprietary models from Anthropic, Google, and OpenAI. OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google all also have their own cloud inference. They have both made partnerships strategically with other people in the space, like OpenAI working with Microsoft so that you can use their models on Azure and only on Azure right now, and Anthropic, which lets you use their models on Google through Vertex on GCP, as well as on Amazon through Bedrock. Microsoft has dabbled in models a little bit, but they're more focused on application layer, like Copilot, or on the cloud layer with Azure. Google's the only player doing all of it. Google is building apps that we use for inference. They're not very good. The Gemini website is one of the worst the Gemini website is one of the worst AI experiences I've ever had. It breaks in so many ways. It makes Claude seem like stable software. But it's there, and I guess it works. More importantly, though, Google has the most popular AI app ever made. I'm going to Google search for who has the most popular AI. And according to the most popular AI, it's actually ChatGPT, which is particularly funny because the correct answer isn't ChatGPT. It's the very box saying that it's ChatGPT. The most popular AI in the world right now, by far, is the AI overview you get now when you do a Google search. This is the biggest AI app by far. So even if Google's Gemini stuff sucks, not the model can be good, but the Gemini website, like gemini.google.com, is really, really rough. If you want the models to be less painful when you use them, especially the image model, consider trying out T3 Chat. It's $8 a month. You get access to every single model. And if you want to use this for things like the new Nano Banana Pro, you can check out, or if you want to use this for generating images with the new Nano Banana Pro or trying out all the new models, I'll let you try it for the first month for just $1. Use code NANO at checkout on your... If you're subscribing for the first time, use code NANO at checkout, and your first month will only be $1. I have a feeling you'll really like it. There's a reason we built it. It's because every other AI chat genuinely sucks to use. If you don't believe me, spend $1 to prove me wrong. Back to the report, though. Google's the only company that is playing on all of the layers. They have apps like Google.com and also Gemini. They have foundation models because the Gemini models are actually quite good. They have cloud inference. As much as I hate GCP, it's effectively necessary because GCP is the only place to host Gemini models, and it's one of the only 3 places to host Anthropic models. And the part that we're all here for today, the accelerator hardware. There are not many players in this space. AWS is trying, but their stuff's still very far behind. Meta is considering exploring it, but they haven't gotten very far either, which is why they're partnering with Google. None of these other labs are touching it. NVIDIA is obviously doing this. Their GPUs are being used for a lot of the stuff. And then we have these bespoke companies that are doing like one-off inference as a service things like Grok, Cerebras, and Samba. And then AMD that is literally just doing this and nothing else. But there really aren't that many players making new chips for doing AI work. This is one of the funniest. It's like, this isn't a dumb take. This is a really good ironic post. What was your last message, Gabriel? Ah. I think we were wrong before about which of these, or actually back to the diagram and then we'll do this part. Cool. One last thing to know about this chart is that there's different methods for building the accelerator hardware. NVIDIA is using GPUs, as is AMD. GPUs are graphics processing chips, or the GPUs are graphics processing units. They're built for doing rendering of graphics because if you have a lot of pixels on a screen, it's not very good to have 4 cores when you can have 4,000 dumber cores for doing that type of math. GPUs do a lot of really small things rather than a small number of really hard things, which is why they're really good at this type of matrix transformation bullshit. But theoretically, you could make something even better for it. This happened with cryptocurrency back in the day where Bitcoin would be mined on graphics cards, and eventually ASICs were built, which were machines made specifically just to do mining really efficiently. They couldn't play games. Like, you're not going to run a game on an ASIC, maybe Doom, but it's meant to be a specific chip for this one particular task. That's what Grok is doing. That's what Cerebras is doing. That's what Samba Nova is doing. They're making specific chips for the task of doing inference. And most of those are built heavily around the way that Llama worked, which is why all of those companies originally just hosted Llama and eventually other things that were distilled on top of Llama. Google is going a lot further with TPUs. It seems like Google just doesn't like GPUs for a ton of different reasons, but here they're really trying to make TPUs work. There's a post I've been trying to find for a long time and can't, but there's a very similar one from Rune I'm going to use here. Unfortunately, machine consciousness is an emergent property of GPU computation. TPU models can't ascend. This is from 2023. Very funny. It's clearly meant to be a joke. The point is that it's absurd that we think that GPUs, these things that were built for doing graphics processing, are the end-all be-all of inference and AI. That's not what they were built to do. It just so happens that of all of the things that existed when we made the Transformer discoveries, GPUs were the things that mapped best to those systems. That doesn't mean we can't make something better. It just means GPUs did a much better job than CPUs for training these transformers. It is also worth noting that this is only the case for training, not necessarily for execution. When you're actually doing the inference, there's been a lot of promising research that shows CPUs can be used pretty effectively for inference as well. There's a lot of rumors that Google uses CPUs for a ton of their inference, and those are bolstered by the research they publish, like this paper, Improving the Speed of Neural Networks on CPUs, published by 3 Google employees. I wonder why. It seems from various different sources, both public and private, I can relatively confidently say that there's a lot of CPU work going on over in the Google offices, where there's much more stuff running on CPUs than GPUs. Possibly even training, although not positive on that. They do have quite a bit more TPUs as of the new Ironwood architecture, which supposedly is now generally available. Today's frontier models, including Gemini, Veo, Imagen, and Anthropic's Claude, all train and serve on tensor processing units. Train, probably. Serve, sometimes. For many organizations, the focus is shifting from training these models to powering useful, responsive interactions using the same models. Constantly shifting model architectures, the rise of agentic workflows, plus near exponential growth in demand for compute defines this new age of inference. In particular, agentic workflows that require orchestration and tight coordination between general-purpose compute and ML acceleration are creating new opportunities for custom silicon and vertically co-optimized system architectures. That's a lot of words for we made chips that are good. Apparently, their new chips are up to 10 times faster at peak from the V5P version they had before, and 4x better per chip for both training and inference workloads compared to the most recent version, Trillium, which makes it their most powerful and energy-efficient custom silicon to date. They also have an N series, which is ARM-based, which is more traditional execution, and crushes x86-based VMs. These are going to be bare metal instances, so you can run code on servers that are ARM-based using their ARM chips. They put a lot of work into their ARM research because they wanted to make their own phone processors, and they still kind of suck. But it's cool they're stuffing them in servers, but the TPU stuff is really where they're killing it. This is a thing they've been doing for a while, including their video code. This is a thing they've been doing for a while, including the video encoding units for YouTube. I don't know if you know this, but you don't actually use your CPU to decode media most of the time. You can do it. Most processors are powerful enough, but they're not very efficient at it, and it will make everything else on your device way slower. Even something really powerful and fancy like the M series chip in my MacBook Pro here can decode video relatively well using the CPU, but they choose to use hardware encoder chips they put on the die so that the actual CPU isn't hit when video is being decoded or even encoded. YouTube's been investing heavily in this for a while because they have to re-encode a lot of video, like hundreds of hours every second, at a ton of different resolutions. So they built their own hardware to make it more efficient. They built these processors to enable breakthroughs in performance that are only possible through deep system-level co-design, with model research, software, and hardware development under one roof. They say here that they have the model research, software, and hardware under one roof, and then directly underneath here, a quote from Anthropic, who notably isn't under Google's roof. Our customers, from Fortune 500 companies to startups, depend on Claude for their most critical work. As demand continues to grow exponentially, we're increasing our compute resources as we push the boundaries of AI research and product development. Ironwood's improvements in both inference, performance, and training scalability will help us scale efficiently while maintaining the speed and reliability that our customers expect. Yeah, Google and Anthropic got relatively close, even though AWS also invested in Anthropic. Yeah, and I was using these chips. And this is probably why Meta is jumping in. Every company that wants an absurd amount of GPUs for training is having to deal with NVIDIA's borderline extortion pricing. NVIDIA can kind of charge whatever they want and get away with it because they're still the best option by far. If you want generic, large numbers of processes on reasonable, scalable architecture, you're kind of stuck with NVIDIA. You can't go to a store and buy a Google chip. You can't necessarily get a contract with them for a bunch of these either because they want to keep them in their warehouses and their servers on their cloud platform. NVIDIA doesn't even really have a cloud platform. They've dabbled with it here and there. I know a lot of people are asking us to add the NVIDIA provider to T3 chat. You cannot pay for the NVIDIA provider. There is no way to go to NVIDIA.com, sign up for their inference, and pay them per token for usage. They bought a company that just they bought a company for GPU rentals, and they now kind of provide that as a service, but it's entirely separate and not like NVIDIA's core business. They don't offer inference. You buy GPUs from NVIDIA. You buy GPUs from NVIDIA. You don't rent inference capabilities from their servers. Google does charge you to use their servers in their warehouses, so them also selling the chips kind of defeats the purpose of their whole business model. Why would they sell you the chip when they can rent it to you in their own server warehouses? Most companies that have both choose to do that. Like Grok, Cerebras, and Sabanova, none of those companies are selling their chips to anyone. They're making the chips, hosting the chips, and charging you for the inference. Google seems weirdly interested in doing both. I don't actually think they care that much. I don't think they intend to start selling a lot of TPUs. I think they just want to make NVIDIA choke a bit. And boy, have they choked. This is from the official NVIDIA Newsroom Twitter account. We are delighted by Google's success. They've made great advances in AI, and we are delighted by Google's success. They've made great advances in AI, and we continue to supply to Google. NVIDIA is a generation ahead of the industry. It's the only platform that runs every AI model and does it everywhere that computing is done. NVIDIA offers greater performance, versatility, and fungibility than ASICs, which are designed for specific AI frameworks or functions. This is them trying their best to save their own stock as this deal happens. It's adorable. It's absolutely adorable. Yeah, Tiny Corp in the replies. Those M dashes were generated on an NVIDIA GPU. Yeah. Yeah. This all comes from an information report that came out yesterday that Google's in talks are. This all comes from an information report from earlier this week that Google's in talks with Meta to do a multi-billion-dollar deal for AI chips and data centers in 2027. Again, because NVIDIA is hardballing all of these negotiations. It's possible that there's a legitimate possibility here that Meta has no intention to ever use these chips and that they're just doing this in order to get a better deal in negotiation with NVIDIA. Because NVIDIA's market cap is currently 4.5 trillion. So if this costs them if this costs them 2.5% in their stocks, it just dropped that much. That's $112 billion. They could just give the GPUs to Meta for free and have saved money. The fact that a biggest case $5 billion deal just wiped the fact that a best case $5 billion deal just wiped $112 billion off the market is kind of insane. Meta is playing hardball here. Zuckerberg just came in the room, was like, yo, NVIDIA, can you give us a deal? Jensen said no. Said, oh, seems like that stock's pretty big. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. And then made something happen. That's insane. There's an actual chance this is a 500 IQ play from Zuck to piss off Jensen enough to give him a deal. Yeah. As they call it in the Yahoo article, right now, most of the tech giants use the chips via the cloud, not by buying them. As they say here, tech companies or Google rents access to their chips, which are their tensor processing units, to AI developers through Google Cloud. This means the chips are confined to Google's own data centers, not sold externally as suggested by the information's report. Apparently, this isn't the only company they're talking about this with. Why did AMD fall more than NVIDIA based on this? The fuck? Apparently, Anthropic's playing the long game with all of these people because they're also doing a bunch of stuff with Amazon and their new chips too. Fascinating. Fascinating. There are so many ways this can go, but honestly, I just don't see Google losing at this point. They might not end up number one long term, but there is no world where they're not at least third place. Like, they are so well positioned here. They have become the Apple of AI, not in the sense that they're really polished and thoughtful, but in the sense that they own their whole destiny. Like, no one can take this from them. They own their vertical. They're in a good spot. I would not want to compete with Google, and I am rethinking my entire investment portfolio. Thankfully, I don't tend to invest in these big companies as much as I do into much smaller ones, and I'm very thankful that the majority of my money is currently in early startups that are betting on any of these companies winning, because a small startup that I'm betting on doesn't care if Google wins, if OpenAI wins, if Anthropic wins, or if NVIDIA wins. They're just building good services on top. There's never been a better time to be a rapper, but man, if you're one of the big five, you're at fucking war right now. At the very least, this is a war that's fun to watch. This was an interesting one. I'm happy to get to talk about chips a bit more. Let me know what y'all think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That'll be a nice, fun one. I'll watch this later. I'm curious. There's no way to pay Meta for cloud inference. I can't pay Meta to run a model, or like I can't pay Meta to run a Llama model. I, as an external person, cannot use Meta servers. Let me thank all the subs I missed today. I was just grinding and didn't pay any attention here. Nick Serve with the 23 months legend. Eigel PT with the 6 months. Thank you as well for coming through. 6 with the Prime. No XDE. Miles made me do it. Wonderful. Hate to say Ableton is better from G Martin. Hilarious. Painful, but hilarious. Sorry, I have to respond to something here quick. Done. Chris, by the way, with the 22-month support, appreciate that. McKay here. Job market these days make you feel dread. Content's making you feel something again. Always happy to provide that. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate that. Then Doc Devs with the 32 months at tier 3. Fucking legend. Cool. We got 4 videos out. Not bad for 4 hours. Some of our better timing. I think it's time to log off. 2 days, 2 streams, too much shit going on. I'm going to go code a bunch and try to enjoy the holidays. Figure out who we're rating. Oh, Bad Cop's live. We're rating Bad Cop for sure. Have fun with Bad Cop, the Queen of Bash. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you all for coming through on this random Wednesday. Not that random. I'm always live Wednesdays, but you get what I'm talking about here. Thank you, everybody on YouTube as well. Did I miss any monetization here? Yeah, Tienz, you convinced me to do a video. Thank you for that. Thank you all. See you guys later. Bye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well.
Yeah, I bet you are. Wait, Theo's rating me.